Hey there and welcome back to another React Native course where we are going to develop a college campus event application. This is a full stack application which we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Once you learn to build this application, you can build any kind of application using React Native for Android, iOS and web application as well. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll see what tech stack which we are going to use to build this beautiful application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen and here you have option to get started where you need to create a new account. If you are first time, then it will ask you to create new account. Here you have option to upload the image, add your basic details along with the email and password authentication. Then once you click on the create account, it will create an account and it will redirect you to the home screen. Now we are gonna also learn how can we store uploaded image to our database so that we can retrieve you once user sign in. So let's sign into our application. Now once you add the credential, click sign in and boom, it will redirect you to the home screen where we have this beautiful top navigation bar and on the right hand side you will see the user profile image. Then we have some option like upcoming event which is happening inside your college campus, the latest post which posted by your students. Then you can even have option to join a different clubs and you have option to add a new post as well. Here, whatever post you added as a public, you will see on the home screen. See how cool, right? You're gonna learn how can we use the React Native component like flat list to add this kind of scrolling, showing the all the list and a lot of other features. Then if I click on add new post, here you have option to add or write your post, again option to upload the image, and you have option in which team or club you want to add this post. You have option to add it to the public or you can even add it to the club which you are following. That we are going to see next. Now here also if I go to the club section where you have this beautiful tab navigation bar and you're gonna learn how can we add that tab navigation bar as well. Now inside the club section you will see all the posts from your clubs where you have option to explore the more club and you have option to follow any club which you want. Cool, right? Now if you don't want, you can just unfollow any club. Now if you want to create any club teams, you can just add some basic information, upload the club team logo and then boom, it will get added to your club list. And then once you start following the club, then all the posts which is exclusive to that particular club will display it on the screen. Then inside the events, it will show what are the different events happening to your school, where you will see the basic information, option to share the events with your other friends, family. You're gonna learn how to do that. Then you can even register for your events. And once you click say yes, it will automatically get registered within a one click. Then inside the register section, you will see all the registered events which you are going to attend. Again, if you want to unregister, you have button, just click unregister and then it will unregister from you. If you want to add any new event, just click on this plus button and then add some basic information along with the option to update the add a date, add a time and many more options. Now at the last we have this profile section where we add the basic information, basic option, okay, to show and to add it into the profile section. Now this complete application which we are going to build step by step. If you are new and you don't know about the React Native or anything, don't worry because this course for you because we're gonna learn everything line by line. Our today's video is sponsored by Nile. Nile is a PostgreSQL database provider where in our application we are going to use PostgreSQL database provided by Nile and in order to store all our application data. It's very easy to integrate and it used to build any kind of AI SaaS based application as well. You can create unlimited database with the help of Nile. With the help of PostgreSQL query, you can create tables and you're gonna learn how to run the PostgreSQL query so that you will understand and how to connect the Nile database with your React Native application. With the help of Expo Router and the API router, we are going to create the API for our applications, and everything we're gonna create inside the Expo application. And at the end of this tutorial, we're gonna deploy and host our API on a cloud for a free. And that also you're gonna learn in this particular video. At each step, I'm going to explain each and every detail in order to build each of the screen of our application step by step. And also all the queries, all the workflow, the architecture I'm going to share with you. The link is in the description, so you can go ahead and check out. Also join our TubeGuruji Pro family, where you will get an exclusive access to the courses and the source code for each of my projects. It's completely free once you join the membership, and it's just $9. So guys, if you are new to our channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and hit like button. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop. In order to create a React Native application, we are going to use an Expo. Expo is a build tool to develop, to review, or to deploy your React Native application. If you are a starter, then I will definitely recommend you to build the React Native application with the help of Expo Dev. So first thing, simply go to the expo.dev, then go to the documentation, and here you will find the command to create the React Native Expo application. Just copy this command, then go back to the project or folder where you want to create this project, and open a terminal at that folder. Simply over here paste this command, which is npx create expo app at latest. At latest will install the latest version of the Expo. Then it will ask you the name of your project, so we'll say Campus Guru. After that, it will start installing all the dependency, the required files for you. So we'll wait to finish this project setup. Now once the project is ready, simply close this and then open a VS Code. Open a folder in a VS Code where you just created this particular project. And once you open, if you see this particular window, say I trust the author, so you can enable or edit the project and everything. Okay. Then on the left hand side in the Explorer section, you will find some folders and file. Let me walk through each one by one. The first and very important, the app folder. Inside that, if you see, we have some folders and file. So whatever the routes we want to add or the pages we want to add in our application, will keep inside this app folder. Now there are some other folder also, you will find it here. Okay, because when you create the Expo application, it will add some sample example in order to get started, right? But we want to start everything from the scratch. So simply, if you go to this package.json, you will see this command reset project. So it will just remove the example whatever we have existing, and it will start from the scratch. So simply inside the terminal, I will run npx or npm run reset project and click enter. Here we'll say yes, and then you will see it, our app folder is now completely clean. It only have the underscore layout file, which is the root layout of your application, and at least one root layout or layout file will be there inside your Expo application. Inside that we have the stack navigation. Okay, then we have the index.tsx file, which is the default page of your application. Now once you run this application, you will find that this particular page will get rendered on the screen. Now I will delete this folder because this is the example one, so I will just remove to this trash. Then we have the assets folder. Inside the assets you will find the fonts. So if you want to use any external font, you need to keep inside this font folder. And the images, you can also keep the images locally, so in order to use it inside your application. Then we have the node modules folder. Inside that, whatever the packages or library which we install inside our application, that all the code which is inside this node module. Now we are not going to touch this folder anytime. Okay, Then we have the app.json file, which is very important file. In that file, you will find the name, the version of your application, then the configuration for your iOS, Android device along with the web and some plugins if you want to add any. Then we have package.json, which contain the script to run to build the application in different environment along with the dependency which is installed for this project along with some dev dependencies. Now, in order to run this application, go to the terminal and click new terminal, and inside the terminal you need to run npm run start. Now once you run this particular command, you will see this QR code. Now there are a few ways that you can run your application. The easiest and first way to run this application by downloading this Expo Go app. Okay, now this particular application is available for Android device as well as for iOS device as well. You will find it on Play Store and App Store. Just install this application, make sure you will be in the same network which you are running this particular project, and then scan this QR code with your camera. Then it will open this application inside this Expo Go application, and then you can test and run the application. So whenever you make a change into the application, you will reflect it immediately inside your actual device. How cool, right? But if you don't want to use the actual device, okay, you can use the emulator. Now you can even set up Android emulator or iOS emulator as well. Okay, so in this particular example, I'm going to show the Android emulator, but the same thing you can do it with the iOS as well. Now in order to run this application on an Android emulator, simply go to the Android Studio. Now if you don't have Android Studio, make sure to install into your system, and then here you will find this three dot, okay, and click on this SDK manager first, okay, because in SDK manager make sure you at least have one API installed. Then the SDK tools are also installed like Android SDK, NDK, the Android emulator, and then I think that's all you needed in order to get started. Okay, then again here you will find an option called virtual device manager. Okay, now you have option to create a new device and then select some option, click next, but you have to make sure that you will select the device which is having this particular icon, okay, for the play service. So that is very important, and once you finish this, you will find your device name under this particular device manager section. Just click on this play button icon and then it will launch your emulator. Now once it is ready, you will find, see on the right hand side, our Android emulator is started. Now you can close this Android Studio, okay, and now it gets started. Now once your device is started, you will find that everything will work seamlessly. Okay, whatever you saw in an Android device, everything will be same like inside this emulator as well. Now in order to run this application, let me bring this side by side. Inside this particular Android device, you just need to type A. Okay, so if you see press A for open in Android, so we'll press A and it automatically connect this emulator to your project. Okay, now it will ask that do you want to install the updated Expo Go version. We'll say yes, and it automatically install the Expo Go inside our application as well, so you don't need to worry about anything. And now it's installing the Expo Go app. We'll wait to finish this and then it automatically launch our application inside our emulator. And if you see, our application is now ready and running inside this emulator. Okay, now first time you will find this option, right? You can open this or go to that option anytime, and if you see over here, this particular default page is running inside our app. Now if I go to this index.ts, and if you see, this particular line is printing on the screen. Now whenever you want to display any text on the screen, you need to write it in between this text tag, and this text tag is importing from the React Native. It's like an heading tag inside the HTML and CSS. The view tag, it acts like a div tag inside your HTML CSS. Okay, so it's very easy if you know the HTML CSS. It's kind of similar, just a little bit different tags. Now if you want to change this text, let's say I'm gonna update to subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me. Now let's save this one, and as soon as I save it, it automatically refresh it inside our application. See how cool, right? Now if you don't want to add this style, let's remove this to style and save it. And now your text will display it on the top left hand side corner. Perfect, right? So that's how you can run your application inside the Android emulator. Same thing you need to do if you have the MacBook or any Mac OS, right? You can install the Xcode, and then you can start the emulator inside your machine, okay? And then you can run your application. Now we're gonna build a landing screen for our application. Now when user come very first time, then he will see this landing screen where on the click of get started, it will redirect it to the sign in screen. But first let's design this particular screen. So let's go back to our application, and inside the assets folder under the image, I added this login.png file. Now I will share all the assets, all the images with you for free. So you will find the link in the description. Now next, let me close all of this tab, and inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new file called landing.tsx. Okay, and let's add a default template using this short command RNF, which stand for React Native Functional Component, and then we'll rename this to landing screen and then save it. Now if you want to get this default template right immediately, for that one you need to add one extension called RS, or it's a React Redux extension. So this one ES7 plus React Redux extension, make sure to install this, then you can able to add this template immediately. Now once this landing screen default page is ready, now whenever user open this application, we need to redirect user to this particular screen, right? So for that one, let's go to this index.tsx. I will remove this text, and here I'm gonna redirect user. Okay, so if you see, this particular redirect tag is importing from the Expo Router, and then here I'm going to pass hrefs. Okay, it's kind of anchor tag inside the HTML. And here if you see, as soon as I type, I added this code, right? It give me the suggestion. So we want to go to landing screen and then save it. Now if you see, as soon as I save it, right, it's giving me unmatched route. Now with the Expo, whenever you add any new route, make sure to reload your application. So just type R inside the terminal, and then it will reload your application immediately. And if you see, as soon as we open, it navigate to this landing screen. How cool, right? So that's how you can navigate to a landing screen. Now inside here, we need to add show the image as per the mockup along with this content. Now before that, we need to remove this particular header which is at the top, right? This one. So in order to remove it, first we'll add this particular route. Okay, this is a stack navigation, so we'll add that inside our underscore layout file. Okay, so I will just use this stack. Okay, and inside tag we'll define a screen. So we'll say stack dot screen. Here we'll give the name. Now make sure name will be matched with the file name, and close the tag. Okay, so nothing will get changed, and if you see, everything is as it is. But over here you can provide the option which is unique, or which is applicable only to this particular screen. So inside the option we'll say let's say header shown, and then we'll give the value as a false. As soon as we provide it false, you will see the header for this particular screen only is gone. How cool and how easy it is, right? You can also provide, or if you want to remove the header throughout all the pages, right? You can give the screen option, and then inside the screen option you can define the header shown as a false. Now next, once you have this landing screen, over here now I will remove this text and we'll simply add an image tag. Okay, now make sure this image tag is importing from the React Native. So and close the tag. We'll provide the source tag, and inside that you need to provide a require. Now whenever you want to display an image from the locally or from the assets folder, right, from in this case we want to display this login.png file, then you have to use require, and inside that we'll provide the path, so which is assets/images/login.png, and then save it. Now as soon as you save, you will see the images showing on the screen, but it's quite huge, right? So let's give a width. So inside the style we need to give width. So this is called an inline style, right? So you can define all the property of the style inside here. If you want to define externally, you can define externally as well. That we will see next in this course how to do it. Now here we'll say width, let's say 100%, and we'll give height, let's say 400, and then save it, and boom, if you see it's changed the width and height. I will change this to, let's say 500. I think let's make it 450. I think this is much better. Okay, now next we want to add a view, and inside this view we'll add a text, and inside the text, as per this particular mockup, we want to write this particular heading: welcome to Campus Guru. Here we'll say welcome to College Campus Guru. Now if you see, this text is showing, but over here we'll add some style, and here we'll add some padding, let's say 20. Let's save this one, and before that I will give some height to this style, or sorry, font. So we'll update the font size, let's say 26. Then we'll also update the font weight to bold, and we'll make text align in the center of the screen. See, here we'll make this 30, little larger, so it's up to you how big you want. After that we want to show a small text, so over here we'll say text, and we'll simply add this text. So I'm going to write over here, we'll say your college news updates in your pocket. Join the club or register for new events and many more. Okay, so this particular text we added. Now for this text also I'm going to add some style. So we'll say font size, let's say 17. Then we want to make this text align in the center of the screen. Okay, and we'll give some margin top, let's say 6, or let's say 10. Now we want to change the color. We want to change the color for this particular text, right? Now you can directly define the color over here, but if you keep all the colors at one place, it will be easy for you in the future as well to change the colors of your application by just updating that particular file. So for that one, I'm going to create a folder called data inside the root directory. Okay, and inside that we'll say colors.tsx file. Inside that we'll add export default, and here we'll say, let's say gray, and for gray we have the gray color directly, so we'll just mention like this, or you can add the hex code as well. And now here we say color as colors, and if you see, it is importing from this data.colors.gray, and then save it, and if you see the change, beautiful, right? After that we want to add a button. Now simply we'll say a button tag. We'll add a button tag, or not button tag, but rather we'll add a view. Okay, and inside the view we'll add a text, and we'll say get started. Now obviously for this view we need to add a style, so let's add a style. Here we'll add a padding, let's say 15. Then let's save this one. So also we are going to add one more color, which is the primary color of our application, and here I will add the hex code for that one. Okay, 9D8F. So it's kind of blue color, and in order to apply this as a background color, I will just use colors.primary. See how cool. Now here I will add margin top to let's say 15. Then we also add a border radius to let's say 15 or let's say 10. And for this text now we'll add a style. We'll add a font size of let's say 18, and we'll make text align in the center of the screen. Also for color, we'll add a white color over here. So we'll say white as white, and we'll say colors dot white, and then save it. Perfect, right? And that's how our button is also ready. Just below that, we are going to add a small text. Here you will say already have an account, sign in here. And then we'll add a style for this one as well. We'll say font size of let's say 16, text align center, and then colors dot gray, and let's give margin top to let's say 7. Perfect. Okay, now this kind of button we want to use multiple times throughout the application, right? And every time we need to write this code. So in order to avoid this, right, we can create a component called button, and we can use that button everywhere, right, by just importing that particular component. So for that one, we'll create a new folder called components, and all the small components that we are going to use will keep inside this folder. Now inside that again we'll create a shared folder, because whatever the component which we are going to share, right, throughout the application, I will put inside this folder, and here we'll call it as a button.tsx file. Now here we'll add a default template called button, and simply whatever button code we wrote, we'll just cut it from here, and then I will paste inside this button.tsx file. Make sure to import these colors and then save it. And if I save everything, make sure now obviously button will not display over here until and unless you import that button component. See how cool. But obviously every button has different text, right? So you need to update this text depends on the user choice. So here we're gonna accept a couple of parameter or props. The first is a text, okay, what text you want to display. Then on press event, right, one user click on the press button, then that event we also need to send, and whether user want a rounded button or not, right now just skip that. Now right now we are getting this error because we need to define the type for this both the fields or props. So here we'll say button, let's say type button props is equal to, and we'll say text is of type string, and on press is a function call with an void. Okay, so like this you need to define, and over here we'll say now button props. Next I will update this with a text. Okay, and also in order to add an on press event, right, you need to change this view to a touchable opacity. Okay, make sure you are importing from the React Native. Now once you update this, now you have option, or you will get a property called on press event. Now to this on press, you can just return this on press event back to this particular screen. Now if you see we have error because this button component saying you need to provide a text. So we'll say get started. Also you need to provide the on press event. So obviously right now we'll just console, we'll say button press. See, something like this. Let's save this one and test this out. Now if you see the button is now showing with our label. If I change this label to something else, see it displaying like that. How cool, right? And you just need to import this button component. You don't need to add any style because we already have the button.tsx file. Now whenever I press the button, you will see the button press event is printing inside the console. So that's how you need to implement it. Now once user click on this get started button, depends on whether user is new or existing user, we are going to show that respective screen. Now if user is new, then we'll redirect user to the sign up screen. But if user is already existing one, then we redirect user to the sign in screen. And after successful sign up and sign in, then we'll redirect user to a home screen. Now here we are already giving option inside our landing screen about the sign in and get started. So on the click of get started, we'll redirect user to the sign up screen, and if user is existing one, then on click of sign in, we'll navigate to the sign in option. Now first we design the sign up screen, and then we'll go back to the sign in screen. So let's go back to our application. We'll close this all of this tab, and then we'll create a new route. Now I'm going to create a new folder inside the app, and we'll call it as a auth. Okay, so if you see, I started the name of the folder with a circular bracket. So Expo will not consider this as a route, okay, but just for the grouping purpose I added this one. Okay, and inside that now we'll add a sign in, or we'll say sign up screen. Okay, so we'll say signup.tsx, add a default template, and then save it. Now on the click of get started, we want to navigate there. So let's go to this landing.tsx file, and on the button click right. So this is a button on press event. So now in order to navigate it programmatically, you need to define a router over here. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router. Now this use router hook we are importing from the Expo router. Okay, so make sure you will importing from the Expo router only, and then close, just write like this. Okay, and basically inside the on press you need to just route it. So we'll say router dot push, and we'll say auth slash sign up. See, okay, save this one. And as you are adding a new route, so you need to reload your application. But before that, I'm also going to add a sign in screen. We'll add a default template, and this sign in screen I'm going to attach to this sign in here button. So let's go to the landing screen again, and basically we can add it to this one. Now pressable is also another way that you can add on press event. Okay, and here now we have on press event, and again we'll use router.push, but in this case we'll navigate to the sign in screen and then save it. Now simply reload your application, and once you reload, now after click on get started, I'm going to redirect to the sign up screen. If I go back and click on this sign in, you'll navigate to the sign in screen. Perfect. Now let's go to the sign up, and let's design a sign up screen. Now if you see, this is how our sign up screen will look like. We have the text, then option to upload the image. We're gonna learn how can you select the image from your media library, and then how can you upload it to the cloud, and then option to add a name, email, password, and on the click of create new account, we're gonna save the user information to our database, and then user will redirect it to the home screen. So first, so inside the sign up, we'll add a text called create new account. Now let's go to this sign up screen, and over here if you see, we have this header, right? If you don't want this header, you can also remove that one. So simply inside the underscore layout, you need to add this screen. So we'll say stack dot screen, we'll say name, and then name of the screen, which is sign up. So maybe over here you can add, let's add just a sign up only, and inside that we'll add an options. Okay, now inside the option, we'll just say header transparent, and I will make this as a true. After this we'll say header title as empty, and then save it. So somehow it's not updated. Let me go back and click on, okay, so maybe this route is not correct. If you have any issue while understanding which route we need to add here, right, just check in the terminal, and you might have this warning that okay, no name route sign up, or these are some existing route, which one do you want? So we want this one, I will copy and will paste it here and then save it. And now if you see that background is transparent and now we only have the back button. How cool, right? Now let's go to the sign up. Over here we'll add a style, and inside the style we'll add a padding top, let's say 40. Okay, also we'll give padding to 20, and here we'll make this 60. For this text we'll add a style, we'll say a font size of, let's say 40. No, 40 is too much, let's say 30, maybe 25. Then we'll say a text or maybe font family as bold and save it. So this need to be a font to weight actually. Perfect. Next we want to add these all options. Okay, so first is the profile image and this small camera icon. So over here we'll add an image tag with a source and require, because we want to fetch the assets from local image folder. So we'll say assets/images, and I already added this image called profile.png. Okay, and then just close this tag. Now obviously here you need to give width and height, so we'll say style, we'll say a width of 140 and height of 140, something like this, right? I think that's much. Let's make it 100. Perfect. Also we'll add a border radius to 99, and then we'll give margin top to, let's say 20. Now in order to make this in the center of the screen, I will wrap this image inside the view tag. Then we'll add a style to this view tag and we'll say display as a flex. Then we'll make align item in the center of the screen, and now if you see, it is the center of the screen. After this we want to add that camera icon. Now whenever you want to use any icon inside your Expo, you can use this icons.expo.fyi. Okay, inside here you will find a bunch of different icons starting from ant design, feather, font awesome, ionics, and many more. Now you can even filter this out, and whatever the icon you want to use, you can use it. For example, if you want to search camera icon, just click on this one. Make sure to import this statement, and then you need to use this particular icon component. That's how easy it is. Now once you add it, you will see this icon. Next you can change this color of the icon. So here I will add our primary color of our application, which is this green. Then you can keep this size as it is. If you want, you can change this one. Now I will again wrap this inside a view, because I want to add some style to this icon. So here we'll say style. Now if you see this mockup, this icon is on the top of this particular image, right? So that's why we added this view. And now for this particular icon, we'll make position as absolute. Okay, then we'll say a bottom to, let's say 0, and then we'll make right to 0. Perfect. And now our icon is on the top of this image. Perfect. Next we want to add an some text input, right? Now obviously this text input we want to use multiple times at different pages as well. So better we can create a common component or shared component, so that we can use it similar like a button component. So inside the component we have this shared folder, and inside that we'll say text input fill.tsx, add a default template, and then save it. Now for this text input fill, we want to add a label as well, okay, that we are going to accept. So here we'll say label, for example, or let's add label. Then this label we're gonna display over here. Then next we want to add a text input. Okay, so this text input we are importing from the React Native. This is the component in order to accept the input field from the user. Now for a placeholder, you can add the same placeholder as a label, and let me put okay, let me add a type, and here we'll say text input field props is equal to, and then first is the label is of type string, and along with that we also want to add on change text. So whenever user enter the value, so this will emit of type string, and we'll say void. Now this one as well we want to return back, and here we'll say text input field props. Okay, now this particular field we want to add after this one, so maybe after this view we can add it. So we'll say text input field and then save it. Now to this component we need to provide, okay, let me, here we need to put this outside of this view again because we don't want in the center of the screen. Now over here we need to provide a label. We'll say full name, and then we want to add on chain text event. So for now I will just console the log with the value v, and then save it, and save this one as well. And if you see, now if I click on this input, it automatically open the keyboard for me, and then user can enter the value. Perfect, right? Obviously we're going to add some style to this one. Now for this text input, you can either add the inline style or you have option to add an external styling. Now in order to add an external styling, just type rn style, then you will get this basic template. Make sure to import this style sheet from the React Native, and then here you say you can define the class name, let's say text input, then attach that style over here. We'll say style dot text input. Now for this text input we'll say padding of 10, then we'll add a border width, let's say 0.2, then we'll add a border radius to 5 and save it. And if you see, this is how it looks. Perfect, right? The bottom is not visible. Sometimes inside the emulator it might not visible, but in actual device you will see this border as well. Then we'll use some margin top, and now it's visible a little bit. Then we also give the font size, let's say 70. You can also change this padding, depends on your requirement, and I think that's look good to me. For this text you can add a style, let's say update the color to colors dot gray. I think that's much better. Perfect. And that's how our text input is now ready. Now in order to add an email, for example, right, so here we'll simply say for email and for password, so here we'll say college email, then password, and save it. See how easy, right? You even don't need to add anything. Now for this text input, just simply for this style I'm going to add a margin top to, let's say 10, let me make it 15. So we have some space, right? Every time means you don't need to add it for each of them, it automatically add it. And the last, we want to add a button. Now we already have the button component, so just we can use this one, and then we'll provide the text. We'll say create account, and it also has on press event. So here we'll say on account, we'll say on button press. So this method we are going to define over here, and then save it. Perfect. Because that we already created this usable component, it is very easy to implement the rest of things, right? Now In this case, the password we want to add, because if I enter this password, it's visible right now, right? So here we can add another field. So let's go to the text input, and over here inside the type we'll say password, we'll say boolean, okay, and here as well we'll define a password field, but initially the default value you can pass it as a false. Now for the password, right here we can add secure text entry, and you can pass the true and false. So in this case I will pass the password value, so it depends on whether it's a true or false, it can provide the value. And you can make this field as optional by providing this question mark, right? So you don't need to every time pass the value, but in this case now we want to make sure the password should be true, then we can pass it as a true, right? And now if I enter the value, if you see, now it's just showing dot 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 when I type it, right? And that's how the password field should be. Now whenever we enter the value rate, we need to save this in state. So we'll define 3 state or 4 state to define to get all the value. First we'll say a full name comma set full name is equal to use state. Now is full name is of type string, okay, and here we'll say undefined. Then I will copy this multiple times, one for the email, here we'll say set email, and one for the password, here we'll say set password, and another one I will paste it here, one for the profile image. So here we'll say profile image, okay, and save it. Now whenever user enter the text, right, we already have this on change text event. So inside here we'll say set full name, and then we need to set this value. So whatever the user enter, that value we need to set. Same thing we're gonna do it for the set email with the value v, and then the last set password with the value v, and then save it. And that's how you can save the value. Next, now the question is how can we get the image, right? Now in order to pick the image from your device, right, you need to implement the Expo image picker, okay. So okay, let me go back, it's supposed to be Expo image picker. Now again this is the Expo image picker, is the Expo library, official library, so you don't need to worry. First make sure to install this Expo image picker. So just copy this command inside your terminal, just paste it here, and then if you scroll down here, this is how you can use it, right? You don't need to add this app.json because sometimes you might get error, so I will avoid this, but this is a simple example that how you can do the image picker. So just make sure to copy this, all of this code as it is. We'll say copy this, and then we'll paste it here, okay. Now this is a pick image method which help us to pick an image, and here as well I will copy this and we'll paste it here. Oh, make sure to paste inside the import statement. Perfect. Now once image is picked, we want to set it to the profile image, okay. Now it will set the URI of the image, and here if you see, this is the media type which you can allow user to pick it, right? Now we don't want video to pick, just an image. Then you also have option to whether you want to allow user to edit, just crop the image, or we can set a true. Aspect ratio, it's up to you. I will say 4:4, the square one, and the quality it's 100% means full quality. But here as well you can make a change, okay. You need to give in a point from 0 to 1. Let's save everything, and this pick image you need to connect to this particular image, right? Now another important thing, whenever you pick the image, that image preview you need to show over here. So what I will do, I will gonna add a condition. If profile image has some value, means user pick the image, then I'm going to show a different image tag. Inside this image tag, obviously in order to show the image from the URL, you have to add URI and then you need to provide this URL. Okay. Now whenever you want to display it from the local, then you have to use this required. Now here same style I'm going to provide. So it's better you can define this style externally, right? So that you can reuse this one. So I will define the external styling. Make sure to import the style sheet, and here we'll say profile image, and then I will cut everything and we'll paste it here. Now for this style, we'll say styles dot profile image. Same thing, same style I'm going to apply to this image tag as well. Styles dot profile image. Okay, and when the profile image is not there, means just we want to show this placeholder, then I'm going to show this placeholder as it is. Let's save everything. Now I want to wrap everything inside this touchable opacity so that I can add on press event to both the image. Now here we'll add an on press event and then we'll call pick image method. Let's save this one. Now if I click on this one, now if you see, I'm able to pick an image from my local. Now here there are some options. Okay, here I will pick this image, and then here I also have option to crop it, right? Because we make this allow editing as a true. You can even change this one, right? You can rotate this. Once you crop this one, then I can able to see the preview as well simply, right? Perfect. Now next thing we're gonna learn how can we save this into a database. Now for sign in or to create a new account, we are going to use a Firebase authentication. So simply go to the Firebase, and as you know that this is completely free and you don't need to add any payment details, everything is free. Okay, simply go to the console. If you don't have any project, create a new project, and then simply inside this you can create a new application. So make sure to select the web, and here I will name it as college campus guru. Okay, and simply click register application. Now also after that it will give you the configuration details, and then you also need to install the Firebase. Now in many of my applications we use the Firebase because it's very easy to integrate as well, and as you know that it's completely free. Now after installing the Firebase, make sure to copy all of this configuration code and simply go to the folder called config. So if you don't have, make sure to create a new folder called config, and inside that we'll create a Firebase config.tsx file, and inside that we'll paste this all the code. Now in meantime, let's go to the console, and here inside the authentication, go to the sign in method and make sure for the email password it is enabled. Okay, if it's not, make sure to enable that one. After this, inside the setting, once you deploy your application, you need to add this authorization domain under this domain section that we will see later on. For the React Native, you might not need it, but we'll see. Now next thing, we'll remove this analytics. For now I will just comment this code, and over here we'll add a constant auth is equal to get auth, and inside that we'll provide this app reference. Now make sure to export this authentication so that we can use it, and then make sure to import the get auth as well from Firebase/auth like this, and then save it. Now also we have to make sure whenever user reload our application or restart or just close it and open it again, we need to persist our state. We need to save the user information so that next time user don't need to log in or to create an account. So for that one we want to use Expo async storage. Now it's kind of local storage. for the React Native application, and Expo is providing this library. So I will just copy this one and then make sure to paste it. So make sure to install this one, and here we're gonna make little change. So inside this we'll say initialize app. Okay, so we already have this initial app. This need to be an initialize auth. Okay, and inside the auth we'll provide the app reference, and then we'll say persistence get React Native persistence. So I don't know whether we have this recommendation, but let's type React Native persistence, and then we'll say React Native async storage. Now make sure to define over here. So inside this we'll say get React Native. Let me copy this. And just ignore this warning. So here, in order to ignore it, you need to write add ts, means TypeScript ignore. Okay, and then in order to add this React Native async storage, that also we need to import. So we'll simply say import React Native async storage from @React Native async storage. Okay, and that's how you need to define, but make sure you will export this auth, right, so that we can use it inside our application. Now close all the tab and simply go to the app authentication signup screen. Now inside the signup screen, on the click of this button press, first we will check if email is not an empty, right, or if password is not empty, or name is not empty, right, or we call it as a full name. If it's there, we'll return nothing, and we'll also give the toast message. We'll show toast android.show, and we'll say please enter all details. Okay, and here again we'll say toast android dot bottom. Okay, and then save it, and let me show you how it works. Now if you did not fill any detail, you will see the please enter all the details, right? Also it is mandatory, we can make this mandatory to add the profile image as well, but it's completely optional for now. Now once we have this error checking, after that we'll simply need to log in or to create a new account through the Firebase. So over here we'll say create user with email and password, and it is importing from the Firebase authentication. Inside that you need to provide the auth reference from the Firebase config, then you need to provide the email and password, and that's all you need to do. Then we'll say then, here we'll say async, it will get the user credentials like username and all, the token and everything like this. And as this is promised, so that we use then, otherwise we'll can if there is any error or if the account is already exist, then it will throw an error message. So inside that we'll say error message is equal to error dot message. Now for this one as well, we can show the toast message saying, or we can just add the message, whatever the message is there, right, dot bottom, something like this. Now once user is successfully logged in, we'll just console the user credentials. Okay, and here we need to upload the profile image if user has any profile image, and then we need to save to database. So these two things we need to do it, but before that let's test this out whether we are able to log in or not. Now first thing, we'll add some details. So here we'll say tubeguruji @gmail.com, and I will also add some password, and then If I open the console so that we can check whether we are getting any console or not, here we'll say create account. Over here inside the text input field, we just forgot to add this on change text to this text input field. So over here, make sure to add this on change text, and here again we'll pass that because we are already passing this. Okay, so make sure if you already added, then it's well and good. And now we can try it, and we'll say create account. And if you see, we got some response from the Firebase saying this is the email ID, this is the token, and many other things. Perfect, right? Now, once we have this response, you can go back to the Firebase, and inside these users, you will see this newly created email, and it is added to our Firebase authentication inside that, right? Next, let's go to the sign up over here, and now it's time to upload the profile image. Now obviously we need some cloud storage to upload that one, and once we have the uploaded image URL, then we are going to save this into the database. Now in order to upload the image and store it on the cloud, we are going to use a Cloudinary. Cloudinary is a free platform where you can store or host your images, and then you can easily use it or optimize it for your application. It's very easy to use, and as I say, it's free to use as well. Now simply go to the cloudinary.com, create a new account, and once you log in to the account, you will see the dashboard like this, and inside here you will find the cloud name, as well as if I go to this API key, I'm able to see all the API key, secret key, and all other information. Also, here are some settings, and then inside the dashboard where you can upload the image in through this media library. How cool, right? Now talking about the usage, that it will give you 25 GB of storage of image for free, so you don't need to worry about that one as well. Now in order to integrate that inside your React Native application, just search Cloudinary React Native npm or SDK. Okay, so it will give you this npm command or anything you can open, and it's very easy. Just copy this npm install Cloudinary React Native, and inside your project, inside the terminal, I will paste it. So it will install the Cloudinary React Native for us. Now once this Cloudinary React Native is installed, inside our config folder, we'll create a new file called Cloudinary config.tsx file. Now inside here we are going to define, so we'll say export constant Cloudinary, the short form is CLD, we'll say new Cloudinary. So we need to import this Cloudinary, so we'll say import Cloudinary from, and we'll say @Cloudinary. So somehow it's not showing. Let's make sure inside the package.json the Cloudinary is installed successfully, or you can just copy this command, okay, Cloudinary C, this one, okay, from this GitHub, and let's paste it here. I think this is much easier. Somehow sometimes you will not get the suggestion, so just better refer the documentation. Now inside here we need to provide a cloud, and inside the cloud we need to provide a cloud name. Now this cloud name you will get it from the Cloudinary dashboard, which I show you before, right? So go to the dashboard, and here you will find the cloud name. Just copy this cloud name and paste it here, or you can simply go to the env file and we can put it there as well. So in order to secure all your API key, we can create a .env file, so .environment file, and inside here we'll say expo underscore public underscore cloud name, and we'll paste that name over here. Then also we want to put the API key, And in order to get the API key, let's go to this API key and simply copy this API key. Okay, and we'll paste it here. Now let's save this one and just refer this using process.env dot, and we need to copy this cloud name first. After that, we need to pass the API key, again process.environment dot, and we'll copy this name like this. Okay, and now we have this cloud setup. After this, you can also mark the secure URL if you want the secure URL using the secure to true and save it. Now make sure to export this one so that you can use it. Now I will close all of this tab, and inside this sign up, we'll simply going to upload the image. Now we're gonna write await upload. Now this upload we need to import from the Cloudinary. So let's import that one. So, or either you can just copy it from this one. So if you see this upload method, but I don't see the import statement for that one, that's fine. Let's import it manually. So here we'll say import upload from Cloudinary React Native, and in this case we got the suggestion, that's good. And then we'll say upload. Inside that you need to inside the CLD, which is the Cloudinary reference. Then if you want to provide any option, that option you can provide over here. Option is mandatory because you can save the you need to update the upload present as well, right? So after CLD you need to provide the options parameter, right? Not like this, but first let's do one thing. Let's go to this Cloudinary config, and here we'll define export constant options is equal to, and then we'll say upload present, and here you need to add the upload present. Then the tag you can give any tag, okay, and then unsigned you need to mark this as true. Now in order to generate this upload present, right, this is very important. Simply go to the Cloudinary and go to this API key section. Inside here you will find an upload section. Okay, so over here you will see upload section. Upload a new present. You can give the present name. So in this case, let's say campus guru app. Then you can mark this as an unsigned and simply click save. Now once you save it, you will generate this name. You can copy this name. Here you will find some details and then simply paste it here and save it. Okay, so make sure to use this upload present and to create a new one if you don't have existing. And then inside the sign up, after adding this await upload from the Cloudinary React Native, here we pass the cloud reference. Then inside this cloud reference we'll add the file as the image which you want to upload. So in this case a profile image. Then the options is nothing but the option which we exported, right? So from this Cloudinary config, once we export it, we can use it over here. And then the callback. Okay, so here we'll say async with an, if there is any error, then it will give the error and the response of type any and the arrow function. Okay, now if we have any error, right, then we'll just console this error, and if response is successful, we'll just console the response. Okay, and that's how we are going to display the response. Now inside the response you will get the URL as well, but let's test this out. Let's save this one, and if I try to create the new account, I might get an error and it's saying the email already exists. See, okay, so I will just change this email, and now I will also make sure to see the console. Here we'll click on create account. Now account will get created, but obviously we did not upload the image. Let's upload the image as well. So we'll use this image, and now we'll say create account, and that's where nothing is happened. So let's see why. Now after reloading the application, if you see, we have an error saying upload present must be specified, right? So this is nothing but the preset, and we added as a present, so this need to be a preset and not present. Okay, make sure it's a preset only. Okay, so this is a spelling mistake that we need to fix this. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will change the email, and now if I create account, boom, if you see, we got an response with the image. Now if I open this particular URL, let's copy this URL and we'll paste it inside our browser. You will see the uploaded image. Perfect, right? So now this image you can also access it through your Cloudinary dashboard. If I go to the dashboard, Media Explorer, and here you will find this image. Just double click on it and it will open it with the URL and all. Okay, so that's how you need to upload this particular image. Now once we get the URL, so from this response dot here response dot URL, you can save this information along with the user information like name, email to your database. That's what we are going to see next. In order to save the user information, and along with that one, we want to save all the application record into the database. And for that one, we are going to use a Nile. Nile is the PostgreSQL database provider where you can create unlimited database for free. Also, along with that one, with the help of Nile, you can build any kind of SaaS application and provide a lot of different template. The AI generated web application, you can build it with the help of Nile database. Not only that, but Nile also provide you to implement with the vector database, RAG, PG vector, and lot of other application which you can build with the Nile database. So in this particular application, we are going to use a PostgreSQL database, and for that one, we are going to use a Nile service. So simply go to the thenile.dev. I will put the link in the description. Just click on that one. You will jump onto this particular site. Just create a new account, and then it will ask you to create a new workspace. So here I will give the workspace name. We'll say TubeGurji. We'll click on, okay, so it's saying TubeGurji already exists, TubeGurji production app, okay, and simply create a workspace. Once the workspace is created, you can give the database name. So here we'll say campus guru production app, okay, and you have option to select the region as well, so which is the nearest one, you can select that one, and now simply click create database. So here you just need to give the database name only exist numbers, letters, and underscore. So we'll give underscore over here, and let's create the database. Once the database is created into your workspace, you will see your database name. Just click on that and boom, this is your database access where you will see all the statics, analytics, okay. Then just click on this database, and then you will jump on your actual database where you will see all the tables. At the bottom side, you have option to write a query or to run your PostgreSQL query. Then you also have option to see your all the tables and how they are connected with other tables, right? In the setting tab, you will see the credential to connect your database with your application. That's what we are going to see next. And here you have option to connect with the Postgres, Java, Node.js, or with a shell as well with the help of command, right? So let's go to the database, and first thing we need to do is to create a new table for the user. Now in that table, obviously we are going to save the user information. So you have option to write a query. So we'll say create table, and we'll create a users table. In that table, we need to add some column. Let's say ID. Now ID is will add as a serial, and we'll mention it as a primary key. And obviously once you add this as a serial, it means it will auto increment your id column. Okay, then we need to add a name is of type varchar. Here I will give an option, let's say 50. Then we want to add email of type varchar again, and we'll give a type the value as a 50, and the image to store the user profile image. So here again the varchar, and we'll give 200, and that's all we needed. Make sure to give comma over here, and then simply you have option to run it. Once you run, you will see our table is created successfully, and on the left hand side you will see your table and all the column along with their types. Now once you click on any of these icon, right, you will see automatically this query. Make sure you will order it by id and run it. Right now obviously we don't have any users saved, and that obviously we are going to show insert from our application, so we'll do that in a moment. But you have this some option, right, where you will find some use case. Okay, here you will find some option where you can load the existing or dummy data. Then in the history, you will find all the history about the query. Okay, so you can go back and run any query which you run previously. And in quick start guide, you will learn more about the Nile, how to use it. Okay, so all the tutorial you will also find that one. Also click on the link in the description, so we'll jump on the documentation to learn more about the Nile. Now one more important thing, that if you go to this pricing, the Nile is free to use. Also you can create unlimited database with the free plan, but they also recommend the pro plan where you will get more benefits, more feature. So it's up to your choice, and just give a try to the Nile database, because I use in my many application, and this is one of the best database service provider for the PostgreSQL database. Now it's time to connect our application with the Nile PostgreSQL database, so that we can do all the crude operation like create a record, insert or to read a record, to delete the record, or to update the record. All of this operation we need to do, right? So we need to connect our application first. So for that one, we are going to use a node Postgres dependency, right? This is a npm dependency or library which you can install. So this is the command. Just copy this command, and inside your VS Code, inside the terminal, click add new terminal, and simply run this. Now once you run, make sure to add this client. Okay, and here you need to provide this all the credential. So first I will just copy this, then go back to your application, and inside the config folder I'm going to create a new file called Nile Postgres config.tsx file, and inside that simply paste this code. Now make sure to import this client. Obviously we need to import this from the node PostgreSQL. So let's import it manually. So here we'll say import client, I think this is capital C, from node Postgres. Okay, and then save it. Now after that, let's go to the Nile, and here inside the setting option, go to the credential. Here you have option to generate the credential as well. Inside the connection you can select the any type, and here you will find the username password. Okay, go to the credential and we'll generate the username password first. Okay, so we'll say generate, and here we have the username for our database. So I will paste this inside our environment variable. Okay, so just give the environment variable name as the Expo public DB username and DB password. We'll paste this both the keys and save it. Now make sure once you update your environment variable, make sure to restart your application, and after that let's go back to the setting again and go to the connection. Here select the node.js, and I will copy everything as it is, because over here we have the host, port and database name. So we want that, so I will just copy this, and over here I will paste it. Okay, now instead of this username we'll just use it from the process dot env dot and from our environment variable, which is expo public db username. Same thing we need to do for the password as well. Okay, now you can also put this host name and database name inside the .env, so you can secure it from the outside world. Now once you do with this one, I will just reload our application. So let's go back and then reload your application. After that, we need to create an API endpoint in order to insert a record to our database, and we are going to create a new folder over here, right? Now in order to create an API inside your Expo application, we need to use Expo API routes. Now you don't need a Node.js backend or a special backend for that one. Expo provides the inbuilt API route functionality where you can create an API and run a backend inside the Expo application. Now in order to create any API, you need to give the endpoint name and then plus API. So Expo will automatically detect that this is the API endpoint, and then you can add a get operation, post operation, whatever you want. Okay, let me show you this quick demo. Now we'll create a new API endpoint. So what I will do, I will create an folder called API. Okay, and inside that we'll create users. So here we'll say users plus API dot tsx file. Okay, now obviously users is our API endpoint. So click enter. I will just rename this to user only. Okay, so let me rename this to user, and that's all. Right, now next thing, inside this user API we'll paste this code, which is just a get request, and it will return the hello world, and then save it. Now next thing, according to this Expo documentation, you need to update the output to server. Okay, so inside the app.json under the web, you need to update this output field to server. So let's go back and update it. So if I go to this app.json file, under this web you have this static. Instead of that one, we need a server, and then you need to run your application. So simply in a new tab, so we'll open a new tab. Okay, and inside this new tab we'll run npm run start. Okay, now it will automatically ask you, do you want to use another port, because this 8081 is already running. We'll say yes, and then you can even run the web application, or you can keep as it is. And over here I will open that 8082 port, say. Okay, and we'll say user, because that's what we run, right? And click enter. Once you click enter, you will see that you are getting an output from the API endpoint called user, which is hello world, because that's what we are returning from this get API endpoint. Cool, right? So that's how you can run the API inside your Expo application. Now in order to save a record, we need a post API call. So let's implement that. So here we'll say export export async function, and as this is a post API call, so we'll say post. Here we'll have request with a request type, and then we're gonna return request dot json, sorry, the response dot json. So here we'll say response dot json, and then we'll write some result. Okay, now from our Nile PostGet SQL, right, we define this client, but in order to use this, you need to make sure to export this client. Okay, according to this documentation, first you need to connect to the client, means connect to the database, then you can run your query, and then you can end the connection, and whatever result you will get, you can just simply return it. So let's implement in the same way. Now once you export this client, we can first connect it. So here we'll say await client dot connect. Now it will connect to our database. Okay, next we'll say constant result is equal to await client dot query. Okay, it means we need to, whatever the query you want to run, you can just use inside this query. And here we'll say we need to write an insert query. So we'll say insert into the table name, which is users, and then you can provide the value. Now whatever the value which you want to add it as a default, like ID, right? So you can just mention it as a default. Then we want to add a username, right? Now this value we need to get it from the body of the post request. So for example, inside the constant we want a username, email, and image. So these three property we want to get. Obviously we are not saving password, is equal to await request dot json. Okay, so obviously from the body we will get these three fields, and then simply add that. First we'll add a name, then we want to add the email, so we'll say email, and make sure to add this code because this is a string, right? We want to save it as a string. And the last is the image, so we'll say image. Okay, and then save it. And this is how your query is ready in order to insert the record. And once you are done with this one, you just need to end the connection. So we'll say client.end. And after that you just need to return the result. So inside the result you will find this option, so we'll say rows, but this is the insert, so I will just return the whatever the result, will get it, and then save it. And this is how your users post API endpoint is ready. Now let's go back to our sign up screen, and inside the sign up, once you upload the image and once you have the image URL, here you can write a logic to make an HTTP API call to our user API endpoint so that you can insert the record. Now for that one I'm going to use the Axios HTTP client library. You can use a fetch as well, but Axios is quite easy to use. So in order to install, you just use npm I Axios. Okay, so once you add that, it will install the Axios library for you so that you can directly use it to make a call. So here we say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post, and inside the post you need to write an endpoint. Here we need to provide the host URL. So in order to make an API call to that particular localhost, you cannot use directly localhost. So for that one we need to use your local machine IP address. But once it is in the production, then you can change this to an actual URL. Now on the Windows it's quite easy to get an IP address. So just type in a command prompt ipconfig, and then you will get IPv4 address. But in MacBook you can go to the system setting and just search IPv4, see, and over here you will find this IP address, something like this. Just copy this IP address and then inside the .env file paste it here. Now once you add that, simply we'll say process.env.expo public host URL. Okay, then you need to connect with the endpoint, which is the user, and then inside the body we need to pass this parameter. So name, so for name we have the name, it's a full name, so make sure to update that to full name. Then for email, I believe we have the email as a property, and for image, so we have the image only. We have to get it from this response.url because this is the image which we are uploading to the Cloudinary, and then we are getting the data back. Okay, and we can also console the result. Now once a user created successfully, here we are going to route to we can route it to home screen. Okay, once we have the home screen, but right now we don't have. So let's define a router. If you want to navigate programmatically using this constant router, use router from the Expo router, and then you can navigate it. So here we'll say router dot push, and then we'll navigate to that particular route. Right now we don't have a route, so I will just push it to landing screen, okay, but later on we can update it and we can navigate to the tabs home screen, and that we're gonna show how to do it. But right now let's test this out, whatever we implemented. Now before executing, let's make sure inside this .env here you need to add http and the port number which is you are running on 8082, but later on in the production we'll update with the actual URL, okay. And I just realized inside our user API, right here we have this insert into users. Make sure it's so values, okay, this field need to be there. So insert into users and values, and then we are providing the value. Now let's test this out, all the scenario, and I think everything is good. So we'll upload the image. So here we'll select the image. Let's select this image. We'll say tube guruji at gmail.com. I will add a, oh sorry, here need to be a name of the user. Here we'll add demo at gmail.com and then password, okay. And once you click on create account, if you see, I think account get created, and then if you see it's redirected, okay. Now if I go back to our application here, if I open the users, let me check with this with the ID and run this, you will see the new user get added. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to insert the record to our Nile PostgreSQL database. Now let's add a sign-in screen where user can sign in if user is already existing user. And once user click on this sign in button, we already have the screen. Let's remove this header. So simply go to the underscore layout.tsx. Here, similar to the sign up, I'm going to add the sign in screen. Here we'll say sign in and save it. And now if you see, we don't have that particular header, just we have the back button. Then inside this sign in, I will give some style. So let's add some style. Here we'll give a padding 20. Then we'll add a padding top to let's say 50. I think that's much better. And here we'll say sign in to college campus. Now we'll add some style. We'll say a font size of say 30 or let's say 25, and we'll also change the font weight to bold and save it. Now just above this text we are going to show the logo for our application, and I created this logo called college campus. Now you can also create the logo for a free with the help of our AI logo maker. This application which I built it, and the tutorial of making this AI logo maker application is in the description, so that you can check it out, or you can just visit to my channel and you will learn how can we create the logo with the help of AI for a free. Now this logo we want to show just above over here, so we'll add an image tag with a source, and we want to use it from the local, so we'll say require, and then we'll give the path. So inside the images we have logo.png file. Save it, and once you see this logo, obviously we need to give width and height, so we'll add a style. We'll say width of let's say 140 and height to 140. So let's increase this size, let's make it 200, and I'll make it a little bigger. Perfect. And we want this center of the screen, so we'll add a view. We'll add view to for this text as well, and then here we'll add a style. We'll make display as a flex and flex direction as a row. Oh, let's make this column, okay. And we want center of the screen, so we'll say align item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we can add it. If you want, you can add the margin top, let's say 25, And then once we add this one, obviously we need to add the text input field to add email and password. So we already have the text field, input field, right? To this text input field, we want to provide the label. So label will be email, we'll say college email, and it will also add the on change text method. So it will also obviously will return the email. So once user enter the input, we'll get this value. And we also want one more text. We'll say text input field with the label password. Okay, and it also have this on chain text method, and we'll say console.log with the value v, and then make sure to close this tag and save it. And right now if you see, we have this both the value. Over here, if you think, let's add a width to 100%, or maybe we need to put this both the text outside of this particular div. So I will just add it after this div. Now we have this complete width for this text field. At the last, we want to add the button. So here we'll say a button which is already there, right? Here we need to provide a text. We'll say sign in. Also this button has an on press event. So on sign in button click method I'm going to call. So obviously we'll mention this method over here and then save it. Perfect, right? If you want, you can add some border to this one to give some beautiful effect, but it's up to you. And then I'm going to add simple text. So if I go to the landing screen, right? So I will just copy this text, and inside the sign in, I will just paste it here. But instead of this one, we'll say new to college campus app, create new account here. Okay, and make sure to import this pressable, and obviously make sure to import the colors as well. For the router, obviously we need to import that router, or we need to define that router using this use router hook from the Expo Router, and then save it, and then you will see this text. Now once user click on this one, it will obviously we need to jump to the sign up screen. So make sure to update this to sign up screen, and if I click on this button, it will jump to the sign up screen, right? Perfect. Now once we have user enter the email and password, we need to save in a state. So over here we'll say constant email comma set email is equal to use state, and then the password comma set password is equal to use state. Now make sure for the password, right, we already have the property which we can pass. Here we need to set password and just pass it as a true. Okay, so obviously over here you can see the visibility as a dot dot dot. And once we define the state, make sure to update. Here we'll set the email, and here we'll set the password. Now if you see, we have an error because we need to define the type. So over here we'll define a type as a string and undefined as well. Same thing, I'm going copy to the password as well. Okay, now when we have email and password, we need to sign in. Okay, and for that one, with the help of Firebase, we are going to make sure that we will verify email and password whether it's correct or not. So here we'll add sign in with email and password from the Firebase authentication. Here we'll pass the auth reference, then pass email and password, and then after that, as this is a promise, we'll say then, and inside that we'll say response. Now make sure if user don't have did not enter email or password, right? So make sure if not email or password, then we'll show return nothing. But along with that, we need to show a toast message saying enter email and password, and again toast android dot bottom, where you want to show. Whether you want to show at the top, then you have to mention top. Once we have the response, if obviously in the response you will get the data. So here we'll say if response dot user, then we'll just console the response dot user. Okay, let's test this out. So we'll enter the data. So let's add admin at guruji.com, and here I will add a password and we'll sign in. Now once you sign in, okay, so over here if you see, we got the data with all the user information. If I want to get the user email, right, and if I click sign in, you will see you will get the email inside the console. Perfect. Now once we have the user email, right, depends on the email, we need to fetch the data from the Nile PostgreSQL database. So simply depends on the correct email, right, we need to fetch the data, so that we'll get the ID, the name, email, and the image URL, and that information we are going to save it so that we can use it throughout the application. So basically here we need to make an API call to fetch user data. Okay, and then we need to save to context to share across application. Okay, so these two things we need to implement now. Also, quick thing over here, we'll add a catch with the exception, and simply inside that we'll write if toast.android.show incorrect email and password. Here again we'll say toast android.bottom. Okay, so if we got error, it means user is not entered correct email and password. Whenever we click on the sign in button, right, it will take some time to fetch the record. So we need to maintain a loading state. So that loading state we'll gonna add over here. And initially the loading is false. Now once user click on the sign in button, here we'll say set loading to true. And once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Even if you get any error, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay. Now another important thing, when there is a loading is true, then we need to show some kind of loading indicator, so that we can show it inside this sign in button. So basically we already have this button, right? So to this button we'll pass a loading state. So here we'll say loading, and then whatever loading we have. Now go to the button and we'll update the button little bit. So it will now accept the loading, and this loading is of type boolean. And over here, if loading is true, so we'll just add a condition. If loading, right, then we need to show an activity indicator component. Now this activity indicator component from the React Native will give you the loader animation as well. And otherwise we're gonna show the text, but simply here you can provide the size, we'll provide as a large, and the color, let's keep the color or let's add a color to colors.white. Okay, and loading initially it will be false. Okay, so by default it will be false. And now if I go to the sign in, let's test this out. So I will add the user email and password and click sign in, you will see this indicator, right? I will just make this, or I will just remove this one, and if I click on this one, you will see this beautiful indicator. So that's how you can add this loading indicator with the help of this activity indicator React Native component. It's very easy, and make sure to update this button, depends on your requirements. Okay, it is applicable throughout all the buttons now. Now in order to fetch the user information from the database, simply go to the API, and inside the user API we're going to create a GET request, because we already have the POST request. Now we need to create export async function, and this will be a GET request. So here we'll just update to request of type request. Now inside here we need to get the email, user email, and depends on the email we are going to fetch the record. So here we'll say email is equal to new URL. Inside that we have request dot URL dot search params, and obviously from the query parameter we need to get the email. Oh, sorry, so this need to be dot get email. And once we have the email, so let's add a try catch block. So inside the exception, sorry, we need to write a response dot JSON with an error as E, and inside the try block we'll say await client dot connect. First we need to connect, then we'll say constant result is equal to await client dot query, and here we need to write select everything from users where condition, where email is equal to, and here we need to define the email, or we need to pass the email like this. Okay, and once we have the result, make sure to close the connection. So here we'll say client dot end, and then simply return the response. Now inside the result we'll get the rows as well. So in the return, let's add the response first dot JSON, and then we'll simply write a result dot rows of first row, because we are only getting the only one row, so that's the reason we'll say rows, and then save it. Okay, now if you want to test this particular API endpoint, it's quite easy. You can just go to this localhost 8081/user and then pass email. So here we'll say admin at guru.com, and so we don't have this one. Okay, so let's open in another tab. Okay, that's weird. I think we are using incorrect one. Okay, so you need to use this 8082 endpoint was incorrect, and now if you see, we got the data. Now this data obviously we are fetching from the database, and if you see, we have this record called TubeGuruji, the email, and along with the profile image. That's what all we get. Now this particular endpoint we are going to call inside our sign in page. So simply go to this section, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get request, because this is simple get request. Here we'll say process dot env dot let me copy this host URL, and then we'll say slash user question mark email is equal to, and then pass the email which we are getting from this response. So we'll say response.user.email. Okay, something like this, and make this async. So for this response I will say async, so we will not get that error warning. And once we have, we can just we'll say result.data, and let's test this out. Let's save it, and now I will make a API call. So actually I will just call this TubeGuru because that's the record we are saving. So I just updated this to this particular email with, I already have the account, and if I click on sign in now, here you will see that we got the data, and this data now we got it from the database. The reason that we are using it from the database, because we want this ID which is a unique every time, and the user profile image as well, along with the email and name. Okay, and that is we already have inside our database. That's the reason we fetch it from there. Now another important thing, that once we have this information, we need to save it so that we can share it across the application. And for that one we are going to use a context. Context is a React hook, and it's very useful, and it's a kind of state management inside the React. Whenever you want to share the data across the application, then context is quite helpful. It's very easy to define and understand. So first and very important, we'll create a new folder, and inside that we'll keep that context. So here we'll create a context folder. Inside that we'll say auth context.tsx file, and simply we'll say export constant auth context is equal to create context. Okay, and I will provide a type any for now, and over here we'll say undefined, and then save it. Now once you define this context, you need to wrap your application inside this context provider. Now the wording might confuse for you, but don't worry. First let's go to the app, and as you know that this is the underscore layout file is the kind of root layout file, right? Over here we'll simply add auth context dot provider. Okay, and inside that we are going to wrap it. Now whatever value we are going to define inside this context provider, that value will share across the application, means along the all the stack screen you can consider. Now over here we'll provide a default value as well. Now let's define a value called user comma set user is equal to use state, and we need to define a type for the user. So here we'll say interface user, and then we'll say id is of type number, then name of type string, email with a string, and the image with a string, and this type I'm going to define here. So we'll say user, but it might be undefined initially, so that's why I added undefined, and then this information will pass user set user, and then save it. Now whenever you want user information, you can access it using the context, because we are sharing this both the state. Let's save this one, and let's go to the our sign in screen, because once user sign in we want to save that value, right? So you need to define the context in order to use it, but make sure when you define the context, right, it will be in the curly braces and not the square. And here we'll say set user is equal to use context, right? Here you need to define use context and the context name, which is auth context. Once you define this context, you can use it. Now in this case we'll simply say set user, and then we'll add result dot data. Okay, let's save this one. Now obviously you will not see any changes on this screen, but whenever you want to use the user information, you can just use this line and you don't need to do anything. Perfect, right? Now another important thing, inside the sign up screen as well, we need to add that. So I will use this context because when you sign up successfully, when you want to navigate user to the home screen, and we also need to make sure that we'll save the user information. So let's import the context inside the sign up screen, and then once we have everything, so over here we'll set the user with this value. Okay, so I will just pass this value over here, and I don't know why this error is coming. Maybe we missed something. Let me undo this. Okay, so we have the error because of button, so let's fix this. So inside the button, make this as an optional field, and now you see it's the error is gone, as the TypeScript help us to minimize our errors, right? So that's the reason. And now I will set the user with this value. Perfect. Let's save this one. Also make sure when you create the account, right, we will handle the loading state, because we forgot to add the loading. So here we'll add a loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially let's make this false. When user click on button, we'll set the loading as a true, and once everything is done, right, we'll set the loading false over here as well if you get any error, or you can also set it here to true. Oh sorry, false. We need to set it as a false. Okay, and Also, you have to make sure if user is uploaded the image or not, right? Otherwise, you need to save the URL as empty if it's not there, right? So over here you can add the empty string by providing this to value, or you can simply mandatory make this profile image upload mandatory. So for that one you can also check or not profile image, okay, and save everything. So next time whenever user click on create account button, we will see the loading indicator, but don't forget to pass the loading property here with our loading state and save it. Okay, so our sign up and sign in screen is now ready. Now one last important thing, now once user reload our application, right, it should navigate to the home screen by just checking whether user is already signed in or not. Right now it's jumping on this get started button, right, but it should navigate to the home screen. So basically let's go to the index.tsx file, and as this is our home screen we are considering, right, here with the help of Firebase we will check authenticated state. So here we'll say on auth state change, here we'll add auth reference, then async, and we'll check user data like this. Now if I console the user data and save it, and if I reload our application, let's see what we are getting inside the console, because we already signed in, right? And if you see, we got this all the information. Now inside this user data you will find the email as well. Now simply we'll write a condition if user data dot email is present, but make sure if user data and email is present, right, then we're gonna simply save the state or user information in the state, but we need to fetch that data from the our database. So over here we'll simply say constant result. Let me copy it from the sign in screen, that will be easy. So this Axios call we need to call it, so this particular line of code, and we'll paste it here, right? And now for this email, right, we need to send user detail dot email. And make sure to import this Axios and save it. Now what we are doing over here, let me comment this code. When user reload our application, it will check the state, and obviously this is the Firebase method, and once user will check if user is already have a login to our application, then it will fetch data from our database, and then we want to save it to our state. But before that, let me reload the application. We'll see whether we are getting data or not. And boom, if you see, we got the data with this email and everything. Now let's save this in our state. So I will just copy this text and we'll paste it here. I will import this context and auth context as well, and simply will set the user information result dot data. Now whenever you reload your application, right, it will check first and then only it will navigate to the home screen. Right now obviously we are not redirecting to home screen because our home screen is not ready, but once it is ready then we'll redirect it. Now we want to add a tab navigation for our application, and if you see, as per this mockup, we are going to add 4 options, one for home, event, clubs and profile. Okay, and it's very easy to customize this tab navigation as well, and that's what we are going to see in this particular chapter. So let's go back to our application, and first and very important thing that we need to do is to create a new folder inside the app folder called tabs. Okay, and inside this tab folder we'll create a tab layout file. So here we'll say underscore layout.tsx, then inside that we'll add a default template, and here we'll rename it as tab layout. Let's save this one. After this we need to add 4 different screen for our tab. One which is home.tsx, we'll add a default template for this one. then other, which is the event.tsx. Let's add default template for this one as well, then clubs.tsx, and the last is profile.tsx, and save it. Now once you add all of these four screen for these 4 tabs, you need to add the tabs over here. So we'll say tabs. Now inside the tabs we need to define a tab screen, so we'll say tabs.screen, and then we need to give the same name as the file name. So here we'll say home, then I will paste it couple of times, then we'll say event, clubs, and then profile, and then save it. Right now we are not showing the tab navigation yet, right, because we are still on the landing screen. So let's go to the index.tsx file, and here we have code. Here we are checking whether user is already signed in or not, right? So basically once user is signed in or successfully, so over here we'll just navigate to the tab screen. So before that we need to define a router dot push, and here we'll say slash, first we need to define the router. So let's define the router over here. So I think we already have the router, so just we need to initialize that using this use router hook. Okay, and let me remove this router from here, and then we'll say router dot replace. We'll use the replace word so that it will not go back to the previous screen. And then if you see, we got this suggestion. Now we want to go to the tab screen. Okay, otherwise if a user is not login, then we'll navigate user to the landing screen. So we already have this landing screen, so we'll say slash, I don't know what we are calling to this one. Yeah, it's landing, see at the bottom. And instead of redirecting from this HTML, instead of that we'll just show activity indicator over here. Okay, and if you want, you can make this align item in the center of the screen and justify content in the center of the screen, and save it. Now let's reload the application. So we'll say R, we'll type R, and it will reload our application. And if you see, we have this beautiful indicator, right? And as soon as user our authenticator or this particular state check whether user is already signed in or not, and then it will redirect it to the tab navigation. How cool, right? And here you will see we have these 4 tabs. One is home, event, clubs, and the profile, and everywhere if you see that is also going to change. Now we don't want this tab at the top, right, this side navigation bar. So simply you can remove it by going to this root layout file, and inside here we need to add the stack screen. So I will just paste this tag screen over here, and in this case it will be a tabs / home. I will say tabs only, and we don't want any header, so we'll say header shown to false. Okay, and if you see, the header is gone. Now let's update this icon for each of the tab. So in order to update it, let's go to our tab layout. Inside the tab layout, for each of the screen we have an options field, and inside this option field you just need to provide a tab bar icon. Okay, now to this tab bar icon, it has a property called color, size, and the arrow function. Now obviously you can get any icon. Let's go to this Expo icon, and from the Expo let's search some icons. So I will filter this out actually with the IONI icon, and here we'll say home. Now we'll copy this home icon from the IONI icon, we'll paste it here and copy this as well, and we'll paste in front of this and save it, and then you will see this icon, right? When I select this icon, only text color is showing as a selected but not the icon. So you need to replace this color with the system color, see this one, and the size also you can change and save. Perfect, right? And if you see, it's changed now. Same thing you need to implement for all other tab screen. So I will just update it here, and I'm going to change the name. So over here we'll say any icon, which is calendar. Oh, not here. I think that's correct. Then we have people, and then for a profile I'm going to replace with an actual image. Okay, so actual user profile image we're going to use it. So for that one we'll use the context. So we'll say use context and then auth context. Once you define this auth context, and once we have that, here we'll say image tag. Make sure to import it from the React Native with the source tag. Close the tag here, and obviously we need to display it from the URL. So here we'll say URI and then image. So user dot image. Okay, now here we need to provide a width and height. So we'll give a width as the size of the icon and height as the size of the icon. Okay, and also we'll make a border radius to 99, and let's save this one. And boom, if you see, we have this beautiful icon of your profile image. How cool, right? Obviously if you change this profile image, it will update with the different profile image. Now another important thing over here we need to consider, that we need to change this icon as per our color, right? Our color is kind of green for primary color, right? So to do that, for these tabs you also have screen options, and which is applicable to all the screen which is defined inside this tab. And here you can add the active tab bar active tint color, and here you can change this to our colors dot primary, and here now you will see the change. See, perfect, right? So that's how you can add the tab navigation, and as soon as when I change this one, you will see it also changes this particular screen. Now if you don't want this header anymore, you can just remove this header by giving option directly inside the screen, header shown as a false, and save it. So you don't need to mention for each of them, and if I go to this event, it is now or that header is no longer available to any of the screen. Now on the home screen, we are going to show this header and the category section. Then later on, we're going to show all the latest and trending posts. That mockup will update it afterwards. But for now, we are going to implement this category section where we are going to show this for category. These are kind of shortcuts to jump onto that particular screen immediately. Okay. And at the top, we have this simple text along with the user profile icon. So let's go back to our application, and inside this I already added these assets like clubs, events, then we have this news, and the last we have the ad post. Okay, so I will share these assets with you as well. Now let's go to the home.tsx file. First thing, here in the style we'll add a padding of 20, and also we'll give padding top to let's say 40. Okay, then we want to give a background color as colors dot white, or it's up to you whether you want to keep as it is or not. Right now let's remove this background color and we'll keep as it is. Now next thing, we want to show the header, then the category, and then latest post. Okay, once user add the post. Now let's add the header first. So for that one, I'm going to create a new folder under this component folder called home, and all the components related to this home screen will keep inside this home folder, and then we can call it here as a header.tsx file. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now on the header, first thing, let's add a view. Inside this view we'll add a text tag and we'll say hey there. And obviously once you add this header, you need to import that inside the home screen so that it will display on the home screen. So we'll just import this home component on the header, and I will just make sure. So I think I need to reload my application, so emulator gets stuck, and then here we'll add our header component, and then you will see the text hey there. Now let's add some style to this header. So let's go to this header component. Here we'll add a style. We'll say a font size of, let's say, 24, make it 25, and then our color will change this to colors dot primary. Also we'll add a font to weight to bold, and then save it. Just below to this we'll add the university name. So let's add Tube Guruji University. Okay, so you can add your university name. Here we'll give a style. We'll add a font size, let's say 18, and then we'll also add a color to colors dot gray. Okay, now on the right hand side we want to show a user profile image. Now for the user profile image we need to get the user information, and as you know that we can use the our auth context, right? So for that one use use context, and inside that which context you want to use, that context name will provide. And then here we'll add an image tag with a source, as we need to display the image from the URL. So we'll add URI, and then we'll simply add user dot image. Inside that we'll need to give width and height. So we'll add a width of 40 and height of 40. So somehow it's not showing, and after reload I can able to see this image. After this, let me go to this home. We'll also give the border radius. So inside this header we'll add a border radius to 99, so we can show in the circular form. If you want to change this to 45, I think that's much better. And now we want to keep it on the right hand side. So for this particular view we'll add the style. For this one we'll make display as a flex, then we'll make a flex direction as a row, and then we'll make justify content space between. Okay, also make sure to give align item in the center of the screen, or we can keep like this because this is aligned to at the top, so that's much better. Perfect. So this is how our header is now ready. Now let's implement the category section. Now for that one we need to create a new component inside the home folder called category.tsx. Let's add a default template, and then make sure to import this category under this home screen. So we'll say category and then save it. Now if you see, the category text is showing on the screen. Now inside this category we need to add few category. So here we'll say constant category options and the arrow function. I will just put this above this one, and here we'll add some list. We'll give a name as upcoming event as a one category, and then we need to show a banner. Now we are fetching banner from the local, so we need to add it like this required, and then you need to give the path of that image. So images / event dot png, right? And also you can add a path. Let's say it will navigate to tab / event screen. Okay, let's copy this couple of times, few more times, and here we just rename this. Let's say latest post, then over here we'll say clubs, and then add new post. Make sure to update this one as well. So these are the image that we are going to update, and along with that we also need to update the path. Okay, and then save it. Now all these options we need to iterate and show it on the screen as per our mockup. Now for that one we are going to use the flat list. Flat list is very powerful React Native component which help us to display the list which you want to render. So let me show you how you can display it. First thing, let's add a flat list from the React Native. Now to this flat list you need to provide a data which you want to display. So in this case the category option. Then you need to provide a property called render item, and inside this render item you need to provide render each element. Okay, so inside this you can add whatever the UI you want to add. Okay, so now this item contains our each of the category. So let's say you want to display the image, so we'll say React Native image with the source, and here we'll say item dot banner because we want to show banner. And if I save this one, you will see this banner, right? Obviously these are not in the correct form, so basically we need to apply some style. Here I'm going to add some external styling, and we'll say a banner image. Make sure to import the style sheet, and this banner image style I'm gonna attach to this image. So style dot banner image. Now to this banner image, first we'll give an height. So let's say we'll give a height of 80. Okay, so this is how it looks. Obviously you need to change the object fit property to cover. Okay, so still it's not showing perfectly, but anyway we will fix it. But we want to show the category in a two column, one and then on the right hand side there is another one, right? So to do that, flat list has property called number of column, and you can provide how many column you want to display. So in this case we want to display two columns. When you change the column size in the flat list, you have to reload your application. That is very important. Obviously it will ask you to reload, and now if you see we have these two images, but on the right hand side obviously is going beyond the screen, there is another image. Now to fix it you need to give some property to this image. So obviously here we'll need to provide some width, right? So now width is depends on the screen size. So here we'll say dimensions. So we can get the screen dimension using get. Here we'll say screen dot width. Okay, so it will return the width of your current screen, right? And here I will just multiply it by, let's say, 0.43. See, and boom, we got the data. How cool, right? You can make this 4.5. I think that's pretty good. Now we are able to see two columns with this value. Next we want to give the margin, or we can give margin to this particular view. So I will create another class. We'll say container, or we'll say card container. Okay, and inside this card container we'll apply some style, but before that let's attach this card container to this particular view so that we can give some margin, let's say 5. See, okay, here let's make this 3. Perfect. Now for this image we also going to add a border radius to, let's say, 10. So we have this beautiful border, and to this parent view we'll add a margin top to 15. Perfect. Okay, next thing we want to show the text on the top of this image. So I'm going to add a text over here, and then we want to simply add item dot name. See, now we want to show it on the top of this image, so I will add a class called text, and simply I'm going to attach to this one. So we'll say style dot text. Now in order to bring this on above this image, we need to give the position as absolute. See, and then you can give padding something like this. Also for this text you can change the font size to let's say 17, and then we'll also change color to colors dot white. I will also change the font to weight to something like 500. Okay, so it will give some better effect. Let's make it 400. Okay, so we need to give in the form of string. I think this is better now. And if you see, our category section is now ready. Now depends on the screen size, obviously it will change the size of this particular banner, and that's what we wanted. Now next, on the click of it, we want to navigate to that certain screen. So obviously we will change this view to a touchable opacity so that we can apply the on press event. See, like this. And then you can add a router to navigate it. So I will define the router first is equal to use router from the Expo router, and then I will add router dot push to that particular path. So right now if you see, it's not assignable of parameter type event home. So here you can just add @ts ignore, okay, and then save it. Now when I click on any of these, see, it jumped to that particular screen. Cool, right? So that's how you need to add a category, and then you need to add this event as well. Now make sure the tab navigation, you will start with the slash or not, that you have to update it accordingly, but right now it's working as expected. Okay, so make sure to remove this slash and then it will work if it's not working for you. Now it's time to add a new post where we are going to add this new screen first, where user have option to enter the post. Even user can select the image, and then he can also have option in which group or club he want to post it. And on the click of add post, we are going to save the data to the database. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and here we are going to create a new route, and inside this app folder we'll create a new route, or for that one we need to create a new folder called add post. Now inside this add post we'll add index.tsx file, and then let's add default template as well, and here we'll just rename this to add post. Okay, let's save this one, and on the click of this add new post category, we should navigate to this particular screen. So let's go to the category tab, and I will just make sure with this correct path. So over here now I will say add post only and save it. Now if I click on this add new post, right now if you see, it's showing the unmatched route. So make sure to reload your application because we added the new route. And if I click on add new post, now it will navigate to this new screen. Perfect. Now in order to update the title of this particular header, make sure inside your layout file. So if I go to this underscore layout means root, here we're gonna add a screen first. I'll just copy this, and here we'll say add post. Then we want to show the header, right? So we'll just change the header title to add new post and save it. Also make sure it's index, so we need to provide the index value so that it will update. If you got any error, if it's not updating, then make sure to check the console, because in console you will see what are the legal or correct route name, and then you can take a reference of that one. Now once this changes, let's go back. Let me close this and category, and in index.tsx, the first thing we need to add is the user avatar section, right? If you see here, this particular section going to remain common, right, in many places. So we'll create a component of that one, and then we'll keep all of these things in another component. So let's go back again, and we'll create a new folder under the component. We'll say post, and inside that we'll say user avatar thenile.tsx. We'll add a default template and save it. Now inside here, obviously you can get the user information from this only, but before that I'm going to add some style to this view. We'll add a padding to 20, and then at the top we'll add user author component. Now to this user author component we need to send the profile image and the name, okay, along with the date as well. So I will get the user information using our context called auth context. Now we have the user information. Now to this user author we need three major parameter. One is name, then image, and the date. Okay, let's define a type. So here we'll define a type, user author is equal to, and then we'll say name is of type string, then image again is of type string, and date is of type string. And just define this over here because we are using TypeScript, it's mandatory to define this. Perfect. Now once we have this author components with a props, we need to pass that one. So in the name we'll pass user.name, then in the image field we'll pass user profile image, and then last we have the date field. Right now I'm passing the date as now only as a text, and then save it. Now let's add a view. Inside the view we'll add an image tag with a source, and as we are displaying the image from the URL, then you have to provide URI and then just provide the image. Let's add a style for that one. So over here we'll say width of 45 and height to 45, and then save it, and boom, if you see we got the image. Let's add a border radius to 99 as well. Now on the right hand side we want to show the user image. Here I will just make this to 50, so a little bit bigger, and let me remove this view. Basically we'll add the view after the image, and then inside that we'll add a text, and for that text we'll say user name. So we need to show the name of the user and when it posted, so the time, it means date. Perfect. Now let's bring this in one line. So let's keep this view actually, okay, we need that one, so I will just keep it here like this, and then we'll add a style. We'll make it display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then we're also giving some gap between this. Okay, also make align item to be in the center, so it will come vertically center. Make sure it's center and save it. Now for this text we'll add a style. We'll change the font size to let's say 20, and or let's make 18, but I will make a font weight to let's say 400, or let's make it bold and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. For the date I will just change the color to gray color. On the right hand side I want to show the three dots, okay, three vertical dots, so that we can get it from the Ioni icons, and here we'll say vertical dots, but let's filter with the Ioni icons, and this one we want. So first I will import the icon, and then we'll copy this component so that we can paste. Let's paste it here and save it. Now this three dot coming over here we want on the right hand side. So for this particular div we need to provide a display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, then align item in the center of the screen, and then make justify content space between, something like this. See, okay. Now this is our header user author section. Now it's ready. Now we want to add this text input. Okay, this is a kind of text area that we want to add. So for that one, I'm going to add a new component. We'll say write post.tsx. Let's add a default template and then make sure to import that after this user author. So here we'll say write post component and the text is showing. Perfect. Now inside this write post component, let me clean this. We need to add a text input, right? Now here we are adding the React from the React Native, and we are not using our own because we want to update it according to our requirements. So first thing, we'll give the placeholder and we'll simply say write your post here. Then for this one, we want to add some styles. So I will just add externally. Make sure to import the style sheet first, and here we'll say text input field. Inside the text input, we need to add some style, but before that, we'll attach that style to this text input. Then let's add the padding to 10. Then we'll add the background color as colors dot white. Then we want to add a height to, let's say, 140, and we'll also give margin top to 10. Perfect, right? Then we'll make a border radius to 15. Now we want this text started from the top side corner, right? So just say text align vertical and then make it as a top, and boom, see, you can give more padding, something like this. Now next, for this text input, you can provide the option called multi-line and make it true. Also you can add the number of lines, okay, make it 4 or 5, it's up to you. And the last, maximum length. Oops. So maximum length, okay, how much character do you want to accept? So let's say 1000. That is the maximum this text input will accept. If you want to give some kind of 3D effect, just add elevation and then you will get that shadow effect for your text input. Okay, it's not visible to eye, but you can see over here, you can able to actually see, what actual device, and then you can see it properly. Next we want to add an image picker. So for that one, we'll add an image source. We are going to use a local asset, so here we'll say require, and then let's go to the assets folder /images/image.png. now this is the placeholder, okay, this is how it will look like. For this one as well, I'm going to add some style, so here we'll say image and we'll apply the style, so we'll say styles.image. Then let's add some property, so we'll simply say width to 100, height to 100, then we'll add a border radius to 15 and then margin top to 15. I think that's okay. Height, make sure it's 100, and that's good. Now you can add a border if you want, so we can add a border to width, or let's make it 0.2. Perfect. Okay, next, obviously from here user have option to select the image. If you want, you can change this image. Let me change because that's look it's matching to background, so it's not look good. I think this look much better now. I just updated it, okay, so that it looks pretty good. Now the last thing, we want to add a drop down picker. Now you can get the drop down picker or you can build it on your own, but I'm going to use a library called drop down React Native. Just search it on Google, you will select you will get this. I think we can use this one. This is much easier to use, and if you see the example, right, just copy this npm command and then just run it. So I will add a new tab, and once it is installed, then you can copy some example. So let me get it here. So first thing, we'll define some items, okay, which you want to show in the drop down. Right now I am hard coding those, so we'll say constant item comma set items is equal to use state, and inside this I'm going to add a label, let's say public, and then if you want to provide the respective value, that particular value, so we'll say public. Then we'll copy and paste it here. Here we'll say, let's say ABC club, the value will be ABC club. Okay, it's up to you if you want to keep the value label a value different, and then save it. Now in order to use that drop down, simply over here we'll add a drop down picker, and I think we need to import that one, so let's import it. So we'll say import drop down picker from React drop down picker. Perfect. Now close this tag. Now to this drop down picker, we need to provide the items. So here we'll say items. Okay, now it's good. We'll say items is equal to items. So I don't know whether we have the, yeah, that's the item we have. Then we need to add open, whether it's open or not. So that state we need to define it at the top. So we'll say constant open comma set open is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Also define one more constant to hold the value. So we'll say set value is equal to use state, and initially it will be null, and let's provide it here now. So next thing, we need to provide a value as value. Then we have the set open method, and simply we'll attach to the set open, then set value with a set value, and set items with a set items. Okay, and then save it, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful drop down with this option. Perfect. Now you can even apply the style. If you want to give margin top, let's add a margin top. Then then if you want to add a border width to 0, you can also do that. And if you want to give some elevation, you can just add the elevation to this particular drop down. Now once we give this margin, right, if you see, the behavior is little different. So basically we can wrap this in a view, and to this view we'll add the margin. And now it's good, see. And once you select it, it will display the selected value as well. How cool, right? So that's how you need to add a drop down. And the last thing that we need to do is to add a button. So simply we'll say a button component from our shared button. To this one we'll add a text, and here we'll say add post, or we'll just say post. Then we'll add an on press event, and then to this on press event we'll call a method called on post button click. Now this particular method we need to call it, but we don't have this method, so let's define it and save it. Now once user enter all the field, right, and click post, we need to save it into the database. But we also need to make sure that we will add this image picker when user click on this particular image. So for that one, let's copy the logic from our signup screen, because on there we added the update profile pic, right, or upload profile pic option. So I will just copy the picker image logic So this pick image, so I will just copy this and inside the right post we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import this image picker. So I think with that also we need to get it from the sign up screen. So okay, so this one, perfect. And then we'll add a new state called constant selected image comma set selected image is equal to use state. Okay, and it will be a string, so we'll say string undefined, and then here we'll say set selected image, so it will return the URI. Now this pick image we need to connect, or we need to call on the click of this image, but here if you remember we need to preview, or we need to show the preview of the image as well. So basically here I will add a touchable opacity first with the on press event to pick image, and then I'm going to wrap both the image. I will copy this image one more time, but here we can add a condition. Okay, so the condition is if selected image picker is there, then we are going to show that image, but instead of this require we'll add URI with the selected image. Otherwise, so we will show this placeholder. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I click on this one here, if you see I can able to pick it. You have option to crop. Let's crop it, and boom, you can able to see this preview as well. Now obviously over here you can add the whatever the post you want to add, and then in which group you want to add. If you make it public, it is available on a university post. Otherwise you can even post it on the club side as well by selecting this. Now it's time to save the record to our database. So go to the Nile database, and here we need to create a new table for the post, and it's very easy. So just type create table, then we need to write the table name, we'll say post, and inside that we need to add a column, let's say ID, which is of type serial, then it should be a primary key, so we'll mention as a primary key. Then the content is of type text. Then we want to save the image URL, again is of type varchar, and I will put it as a 200 size. Then the visible in. Now this visible in, we basically want to use it whether it's public or for some group. So that column name we want to mention. So again it's a varchar only, and we'll say of size 10, or make it let's say 30, because depends on the club name as well, right? It's might vary. Then the created on. Now created on is nothing but when the post is get created, that include the time and the date. So for that one I'm going to use a timestamp. You can provide the default value, so you don't need to add it manually, and here we'll say current timestamp, and then created by of varchar type, and is again size 20. Okay, so these are the things that we need to add it. Now simply click on run, and then okay, so we have an error over here, so we forgot to give comma, and now run it again, still we have the error. Oh, so it's supposed to be circular braces, because we are adding all of this column, so make sure to add circular braces. And now if you see, it's saying created, the table created, and over here now we have this post, right? Now if I click on this, you will see it automatically give us the query, and just run this. Right now we don't have any record, so it's not showing anything. Okay, now the most important thing, that we just created this table called post inside our Nile PostgreSQL database. Perfect. Now we need to write an API endpoint in order to insert the record to our database. So simply go to the API folder, and inside this API folder we'll create a new file called post plus api.tsx file. So make sure it's the endpoint is just a post/post, okay? And here we'll add export async function, and this will be a post request. Now again here we'll say request of type request. Now we need to accept the value, so over here we'll say constant, the content, image URL, then the visible in which category it is visible, and then the email of the created user. We'll say await request.json, so we'll get from the body of post request. Then over here first thing we need to connect, so we'll say await client.connect. After connecting, make sure to end the connection, and here we will say constant result is equal to await client.query, and here we need to write an insert query in order to insert the record to our database. Okay, so it's quite simple. So first we'll say insert into table name, which is the post, then we'll say values, and then inside that the first value is the ID, so obviously that a default value, so here we'll add it as a default. Then we want to add the content, so content which we are getting from here. Then we want to add the image URL, and make sure the sequence of this one will be same, right? Content, image URL, visible in, created on, and created by. The reason is whenever you want to, or if you want to add any specific column, you can even mention that column name as well. Next we want to add the image URL, so over here we'll simply add the $sign with image URL. Next we want to add visible in, and the last is created or email, right? So it will be the email, but here before email we have this created on date, right? Because created by we added, so over here again we need to add the default value because we want to get the timestamp, so that's why we added as a default, and then that's all we need to do. Perfect. So this is our insert query is now ready, and once we have the response, if you want you can return this response. So we'll say response dot JSON, and then we'll return the result. Okay, and then save it. Now your post request is ready. Now let's go back to the right post, and here we need to add couple of states. First, to get the user post, so for that one we'll say content comma set content is equal to use state. Now is of type string and undefined, or we'll say null only, something like this. Okay, and when user enter the value, so for this text input we need to write on change text, it will return the value, and then we'll set the content with the value. Let's save this one. Now next thing, on the click of this post we'll check if user added. If the content is not there, then we'll simply return nothing, but along with that one we can show the toast message saying please enter content, and again we'll say bottom. Now obviously if I save this one and try to click on this post, you will see this toast message. Okay, now next, if user has that, right, you don't need to do anything, but here we need to write a logic to upload the image. This is very important. Okay, if user did not have the selected image, then we will obviously ignore it. So here we'll write a condition, if selected image is there, right, then we need to upload the image to the database. So for that one we'll little bit writing different way. So here we'll say constant upload image is equal to await new, and we'll use a promise over here. Okay, inside the promise we have resolve and reject option, and then arrow function, and here we'll say upload from the Cloudinary React. Inside that we have the CLD, which is Cloudinary reference, and inside that we need to provide the file. So for a file, which is the selected image, then the options, as you know that we already have the options inside the Cloudinary, and then the callback. Now for the callback, obviously it has an error. It will return the error and the response as well of type any. Now obviously if there is an error, then we'll say reject with the error, else we'll resolve it, or we'll resolve the promise with the response. Now here we have the await. Let's make this as async, and that's all, and save it. Here as well you can add await. Okay, so and make sure to add this async over here. Let's save it. Now once we have this upload image, right, you can let's do one thing. Let's define, so okay, let it be. So over here once we have the upload image, right, so we'll set the we need to save this upload image value, or maybe we can say let upload image response is equal to empty. Okay, and once we have this upload image, or we'll say just result data, and at the last we'll set the value. We'll say upload image response is equal to result data dot URL, because it will just return the URL for us. Okay, and obviously here we need to add result data that and I don't know what is this error. It does not exist on type empty. That's fine. Actually, let's make this as a any, and here we'll say upload image URL, so it's little bit meaningful. Okay, so basically once we upload it, we'll get the URL, and that URL we save inside this upload image URL, and then we need to call a method which will save our records. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post request. Here we'll say process dot env dot host URL. I will go to this environment just to copy this environment name plus slash post request, because that is the endpoint, and inside that we need to pass a content as a content, then the image URL as upload image URL, right, because that's what we are getting once we upload the image. Then the visible in as the value, because that is the value is just returning. So inside when you select this value, right, it will just save it inside this value, and that's value we are going to return to this visible in field. And the last, the email. Obviously here we need to get the user email if we don't have. Okay, so let's get that user email using this context, and then here we'll say user dot email. That's all. Now once we have the result, we'll console the log with the result dot data. Perfect, right? Let's test this out. So I will save everything, and I added this one. Let's add the image. Let's select this image, and here we'll say test for painting of New York, and you can make this public or private, it's up to you. Okay, and simply click post. Now once you click post, right, here we'll get the insert record as a result, and now if I go to the database and run it, you will see the content, image URL, the created on, created by, and everything perfect, right? So it means our data is getting saved. Now one more thing, once you start or click on the post button, we need to maintain the loading state. So here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now once you click on this on post button click, we'll set the loading to true, and once it is finished, it means over here we'll set the loading as a false. Here make sure it's a true, and then at the last we have to make false. Now to this post button we'll pass this field called loading, because we already have that field mentioned, and then we'll say loading and then save it. Now let's say I love India. So I will upload this image for this one, and then we'll select the public and then click post. And if you see with this beautiful indicator, and boom, the post is saved. And if I refresh the database, you will see this post. Cool, right? Now another important thing, once it is successful, right, we need to redirect user to the home screen. So let's define a router to route it programmatically. So we'll say constant route, or router, we say route is equal to use router, and then after successful we'll set the router dot replace, and we'll go to the home screen and then save it. Okay, let's try one more time. So here one more time, testing post post or just post. Okay, and here I don't have any more, but let's upload this because this is a testing one, right? So we'll select this drop down and we'll say post, and boom, if you see, it's redirect me to the home screen, and obviously in the database you will see this third post. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you need to save the post inserted by the user. Now with the help of this database is quite easy, right? We just created the database, and once the table is created, which is the post table, right, then we created the endpoint, and then we make the call to that endpoint to save the record. Now from the database we need to fetch all the latest posts on the home screen, and here as well, if you see, we have these two tabs, one for the latest and one for the trending, and below that we are going to show this post. On this post, if you see, this is the avatar which we already have, which contain the user information, then the post content and the image URL if there is any. Also we are giving option to add a like button, comment, and user can also view the comments as well. So let's add this, and obviously for this one we already we need to create a component. For this we already have, and this is again complete one component, right? And this is the list actually. So accordingly we are going to create the different components. So first thing, let's go to our home screen, and inside these tabs we have this home.tsx, and then we need to show the latest post. So for the latest post we will create a new component. So let's go to the home screen, and inside that we'll add a latest post.tsx file. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now make sure to add this latest post inside your home screen. So this is how it will display on the screen. Now inside the latest post we want to add two tabs, right? So obviously it is a pressable, so we need to add a pressable. Inside that we'll add text called latest, and here we'll add a view as well, and then save it. And we are going to add one more for trending. Okay, and save. Now for this view we'll add a style, and we'll make display as a flex, then we'll add flex direction as a row. Now it will be in the one line. Then we are also going to add some gap, let's say 8, And for this particular text, right, we want to add some padding and all. So we'll create a external styling for it. Make sure to import the style sheet, and here we'll say tab. We'll say tab text. Let's attach this. So we'll attach to the style. We'll say style dot tab text, and same thing I'm going to apply to this text as well. So we need to keep this outside over here. Now once we add this, make sure to add some padding. So here we'll add a padding to, let's say, 4. Then we want to add a background color. Now this background color is completely depends on the selection. Okay, before that, let's add a font size, and I think that's all we needed. For this view, we'll add a style, and let's add a margin top to 15, and we'll define one state called constant selected tab comma set selected tab is equal to use state, and whether it's a 0th or element depends on that one we are going to show. The 0 means latest and 1 means trending. So here now we're gonna write a condition. So I will wrap inside the square bracket, because we already defined this external styling, but if you want to define the inline styling as well along with the external, you can define it like this. Inside these curly braces, you need to add a condition. So, and you can just directly mention what you want to show. Let's say you want to add a background color, right? And the condition is if selected tab is equal to 0, then only we want to show a background, or sorry, the colors dot primary. Okay, we also need to add if it's not condition, then we need to make it as a white. Okay, let's save this one. Now if you see, the default one is 0, and that's why it's showing the latest as a selected one. Now over here I'm going to add some padding horizontal, let's say 10. Then we'll make a border radius to 99, something like this. I'm going to add some more horizontal padding, and that's pretty good. Also, let me bring this down. We are going to add one more condition. So here inside that we'll say if the, or we'll say just color, and we'll add a same condition. Only change is here, instead of when they selected, we'll show the white color, otherwise we'll show a primary color. Okay, so I think we need to define inside this curly brace, same curly braces. We don't need add different one, but we'll just give comma, and then we'll add another property. See, if I go to the second one, obviously that second need to be selected. So for that one, you need to add on press event to this image, and here we'll say set selected tab to 0, and same thing we're gonna do it for this one as well. But here instead of 0, we'll show change to 1. And now if I click on the trending, we need to make sure to it'll change to trending. But right now we did not added this style, so I will just copy same style and we'll paste it here. But but here the change, instead of 0, we'll change this to 1. See, perfect, right? Over here, if you want to change the color like transparent, that also you can do it, or you can keep it like this. But if you see how quickly it's changing from one tab to other. Now next thing we want to implement is the list. We want to show the post list, right? And for that one, first we need to fetch the record. So obviously here I'm going to define a constant. We'll say get post. I will say get we'll say post and the arrow function, and here we need to fetch all posts from database. Now the question is how to do it. So first thing, let's go to the Nile database. I will just make sure to refresh this. Sometimes it gets log out, so just make sure to refresh it. And inside this, first we'll check our query. Okay, so here I will write select, let me bring this up, and here I will say select star from post. Now if I write this one and run it, you will see all the posts. Perfect, right? But we want to add a condition. So here we'll say where visible in is equal to public. Okay, now only public, the visibility in is public, then only that post will display. And if I run this one, obviously all the post is public. If I change this to something like, then if I run, it will not display. Okay, so only visible with this post will display it on the screen. And then I want to order those, order by ID. So the latest will come first. Okay, so if I run this one, it will show with an order. Okay, order by ID, and here we'll say descending order. So descending order. See, now the fourth will come first. Now this is the way that you can fetch the post. But if you remember, as per our mockup, we also need to show the user image who posted it and the name along with the time when it's posted, right? So these two important field, obviously these two field we need to get it from the user. But the question is how to do that. So simply in the Nile, we need to join these two tables, the post and user, and it's quite easy. So I will just add the inner join. So here we'll say inner join because we want to join these two tables. And if you don't know what is join, then definitely I will suggest you to go to the internet or W3 school to learn about the inner join or join in the SQL or PostgreSQL. Now once you join inner join, you need to add the another table. Then you need to define on which column you want to join it. Now when you join between these two columns, you have to join on two column with the same fields, right? In this case we'll say post dot created on, because this created on post which contain the email, user email, right? So it needs to be created by, sorry, and the user's email is same, right? So here we'll say is equal to users dot email. So on these two value we want to fetch it. Now if I try to run it, you will get error. So it's saying order by ID is common between these both the column, right? You need to select on which column you need to order by. So here you can like select post dot ID. On the post columns ID, you need to order it by. Okay, and now if you see, we have ID, content, image, URL along with the visible in, created on, created by, and the email users information. How cool, right? Now we got to know this user posted this image, this particular post, this user posted this particular record, like that. Now this query we're gonna use it inside our endpoint. So simply go back to our application and inside the post API. So we have this post API ready, right? Which we already have inside this API folder. Inside this, we'll write a GET request. So we'll say function GET request, and again it's the type request. Now inside that we need to get two important value. One, we'll say constant visible in is equal to new URL. Inside that we'll say request dot URL dot search params dot get, and here we'll say visible in. So from this field we'll get this visible in, and one more field we want. So I will just copy this, and here we'll say order field, on what column you want to order. So here we'll say order field. Perfect, right? Now once we have this both the field which we are getting from this search params, now here we'll say await client dot connect. So we'll connect this first and make sure to end this connection. So we'll say client dot end, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await client dot query, and inside that simply paste this query which we just executed and tested. Now we'll simply paste it here. So that's how easily we can do it and test it inside this Nile PostgreSQL database, right? On their platform, it's easy to test it before directly use it. So you will not get any error, or you will just minimize your error possibility. Now here I will change this, okay, and let me bring this down. Now at this place visible in, we need to replace with our actual value, and for order by, we are also going to update this to dollar order fill, okay, something like this, and that's all we needed. Perfect, and then save it. Now once you save, just return the data. So here we'll say return response.json result.rows, but because inside the row you'll get the all the list, and then save it. Now once you save, let's go to our latest post, and here we'll make an API call. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get request. Here we'll say process.env dot let's go to public host URL plus slash post, and inside that we need to pass a query parameter. So first is, if you see in the post API, is visible in. So inside the visible in, obviously this need to be a public because we are on the home screen, and then the order fill. So here, and order fill is equal to post.id, because on the depends on the post ID, we need to fetch the record, and then here we'll make this as async. Now once we have the result, we'll say console.log result.data. We'll check whether we are getting the data or not inside the console, and then call this method inside the use effect get post, and then save it. Now inside the console, okay, maybe okay, so right now if you see, we are getting empty, so it means something is not working. Let me go back, and if you see, the visible in is a capital P, so here make sure to pass as a P with a capital, and now boom, if you see, we got the data finally. Perfect, right? Now obviously the content we have the created by user email and everything. Cool, right? Now let's save this in one state. So we'll say constant post list, or we'll say posts comma set posts is equal to use state, and here we'll say set post with the result dot data. Okay, so that's how easily you can do it. Now once we have the all the list of posts, now we want to display it. So basically we'll create a new component under this post folder, and we can call it as a post list. So we'll call it as a post list.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and this post list will say posts, but I want to make sure to okay, so type is it's not actually defined, so I will give the post as type any, and let's save this one. So inside the latest post, let's add it here, and then for the post list we need to pass this posts as posts, okay, and then save it. Now on the screen you will see the text post list. Now let's go to post list, because here we already have the list of all the posts, right? Now we need to display it on the screen. So over here we're gonna use a flat list. To this flat list we'll pass a data, which is our posts. Then we'll say render item, which contain the item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here, instead of writing the code, we'll create a new card. Okay, so we'll call it as a post card, post card.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now again it contains the item, which is the post, and we'll again say the type any, and then we'll import that post card, something like this, and here we'll pass an item, sorry, post as a item. Now you need to mention some type. Again we are putting the type any everywhere. So there is some braces issue, so I just fix that, and then we pass this information. Let's save everything, and now inside this post card we're gonna display each post. Now if you see, we have the 3 posts, and that's why the post card is executed 3 times. It means at least the this particular card is iterating, depends on the number of post length we have. Now if you go back to our mockup, here if you see, let me erase all of this information. Now over here we have the author, which we already have the component, right? So basically we'll use author component. To this use author component we need to pass the name. Now this name we'll get it from the post.name. Now if you go back to our Nile response, you will see this name. So this name we are passing. After that we want to pass image. Again this image we'll get it from the post.image, which is the user image, and then we also want to pass a date, so the date on which it posted. So for a date, I think this is created on, we want to pass, so we'll say post.created on and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see how cool, right? All the 3 author along with the everything is showing with all the details. Now for this view, let's add some style. So here we'll add a padding to, let's say 5, or let's make it 7. Then we'll add a background color to colors.white. Okay, and also we'll add a border radius to 15, or make it 8 only, and then we'll add a margin top to 10. So some space between these 2 posts. Let's add more padding. Perfect, something like this. I think this is good. Cool, right? Now next thing, after the author we want to show the content. So content is very straightforward. Let's add a text, and inside the text we'll add a post.content. So here make sure to add this question mark or this, which is the optional operator, and save it. Then we added this content, and now if you see, it's displaying on the screen. So there is a spelling mistake over here, but that's the reason it was not showing initially, but now I just change this as per the column name. Now for this text we'll add a style, and here we'll add a font size to, let's say 18, and we'll also give margin top to 7, or let's make it 10. Okay, and I think that's all we can add it. And the last, we need to show the image. Now for the image we'll add a condition: if post.image URL, if it's present, then only we are going to show this image. So here we'll say image source, and inside that we'll add a URI post.image URL. Now here we need to provide the style. So here we'll add a width 100%, and then height, let's say 400 for now, and let's save it. So somehow right now it's not showing the image, so I will just make sure the value in the Nile, which is the image URL. So it's a small, I think, so we need to give the fill name with a small u, and boom, if you see, we have the image. Perfect, right? Now the height is totally depend on how you want to show it. Okay, so if I give the height 400, let's make it 300, something like this. And here you can add object fit to content. If you make it content, then depends on it will show a full image, otherwise it will stretch out. Okay, it's up to you how you want to display it. Now next, we need to add border radius to, let's say, 10 to the image, and here for now I will make it as a cover, so it will show a full image. Perfect. See, after that, because if you see right now I'm not able to scroll it, right? So in order to fix this issue, you need to wrap this complete screen inside the flat list. So simply go to your home screen. So here we'll go to this home tab, and for this particular view, right, just above it we'll add a flat list. Now inside this flat list we'll provide the data as empty, and then we'll add a list header component. Okay, make sure to add this, and then wrap your complete view something like this, and then close the tag. Now for this flat list, asking for a render item, so render item will I don't know whether we need to add anything something like here. So basically here we can just pass it as a null as well. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save, if you see, now you can able to scroll the complete screen, and that's what we wanted. Perfect, right? Now obviously we have 3 posts, and that's why we are able to see 3 posts over here. Next, let's go to the latest post section, and let's go to this post list. Now once user want to refresh this particular screen, right, here we can add on refresh method, and here we're gonna pass a loading state, and also it has another method called refreshing. Alright, so on refreshing we need to pass a loading state, and on refresh we need to call a method called on refresh over here. Now this loading and on refresh we need to get from the previous or parent component. So let's go to the latest post. Here we need to accept the loading state. Right now we don't have, and on refresh we're gonna simply call this particular method. Okay, so on refresh we'll call this method, so it will show the latest post, it will make an API, new API call, and for loading we need to maintain one state. And when we are fetching the record, we'll set the loading as true, and once it's done we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, and this loading we're gonna pass over here, and then save it. Perfect. Now next we want to show a like button. So simply go back to our icons, and in the icon I will just search for a button called like. Okay, let's take it something else. So I think this is much better, or you have other option as well. I will select this one. So let's copy this like button, and first let's copy this import statement, and inside our post card we'll add a view, and inside this view we'll call one more view, and then we need to add this import statement for the icon, and then we'll copy this component and we'll paste it here. Okay, if I save this one, you will see this icon over here. Perfect. Now for this view we'll add a style, and then simply we are going to add a margin top to 10. Then after that we're gonna add a text, and it will show count how many likes are there, right? Obviously we need to bring in one line, so we'll say display as a flex. Let's do one thing, let's define this externally, and here we'll say sub container will attach to this particular view, as a style.subcontainer, and we'll make it display as a flex, and then we'll make flex direction as a row and align item to be in the center of the screen. Then we'll give a gap, and I think that's enough. Here color right now I will keep as it is. The size we'll change this to 30. Let it be, okay, let's make it 24 only. That's I think good size. Only text size will change it. So here we'll say style, font size, let's say 18, let's 70. Okay, I think this is good one. If you want to change the color, we'll say colors dot gray. Perfect. Now once we have this one, we also want to add one more for a comment. So we'll see some and design only for a comment. I will say chart box, I don't know, or we need to find something else. So we have a lot of different comment option. Okay, let's select this one. So this is from the comment text outline. Make sure to import this, and then we'll copy this one as well, and then we'll paste it here and save it. Perfect. Let's bring both the things in one line. So here we'll say display as a flex, align item in the center, or not center, let me bring this, but we'll make flex direction as a row. Okay, and then we'll give gap to let's say 20 and align item in the center of the screen. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to add this. Okay, now later on obviously we are going to add a like functionality and comment functionality, but for now I think this is pretty good. Now just below this I'm going to add one more text, and here we'll say view all comment as a text. Now for this one we'll add a style. We'll give a margin top to 7, then we'll change the color to colors dot gray, something like this. See, and once user click on this one, obviously we are going to show all the comment, but for now I think this is pretty much. Now one more important thing, if you see this date is not perfectly formatted, right? And in order to format in such a way that whenever user posts something, right, it will show 3 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and you don't need to write logic for that. It's quite easy. For that one you need to add one library called npm I moment. Moment is a library in order to format any kind of dates, and let me show you how. So simply let's go to our author section, because in that, over there we have the user author, that where we have the dates, right? So let's go to the date section, and this is the date we are showing. So in that one we'll show a moment. So we need to import this library first. Let's go to top, we'll say import moment from moment, and then we'll add a moment. You need to add a date in that one. Okay, dot from now. Okay, so if I press this and save it, boom, if you see it's showing me in 4 hours. Here we'll say in 4 hours. Okay, and that's how you will get the time. So that's how you can show the dates, and that's look much better. Now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So now let's test one more post. Here I will say some new post I am adding. Welcome to Campus Guru app. Here we'll upload some image. I don't know which image should I upload. or let's upload this Pikachu image. Now I will crop this, then we'll select it as a public, and then we'll simply post it. Once it posted, boom, if you see, we come to the home screen automatically, and then it's showing the information as well. Cool, right? So that's how it will upload it. Now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask me on a Discord channel. Now it's time to implement the club screen. Now at very first time, if user is not following any clubs or a team, right, then user will see this empty status where it will ask you don't have any clubs that you are following, and the button to explore the clubs. And once user click on this explore club button, or maybe we can add this search button kind of thing, where user can search the clubs. Now whatever the clubs other students added into this application, that all the club list will display in a new screen, and then user have option to follow each of the club. Now once user start following to that particular club, now on this club screen, user will see the post which is related to that particular club only. Cool, right? So all the, for example, user is following 3 clubs, then all the posts from the 3 clubs will display it on the screen. So let's go back to our application, and I added this no club placeholder, we can call icon. Now let's go to the tab first, and inside the tab we have this club.tsx file. Now over here we already have this text, but let's give some style, or let's add a style over here, and here we'll add a padding of 20. Now for this let's save this one and let's keep as it is for now. If I go to the club, you will see this text. Let's add some style to this club. So here we'll say font size of 25, and then we'll add a font weight to 30. Oh sorry, the bold. Perfect. We'll make this 35 little bit bigger. Now next, if user is very first time user don't have any clubs, so obviously here we'll write constant clubs, or we'll say follow club comma set followed club is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty. Now obviously we want to write a condition if followed clubs dot length if is equal to 0. Right now we'll put and operation, then we want to show an empty state. So for that one, we'll create a new component. Under this component folder, we'll create a new folder first called clubs, and all the components related to that club screen we'll keep inside this folder, and here we'll say empty state dot tsx. Now add a default template, and then make sure to import this. So here will be the empty state. Now inside this we'll add an image first with a source. We'll say require because we want to fetch from the local, then assets slash images slash no club dot png, and the text, the image is showing on the screen, but we need to give some width and height. So here we'll say style, we'll give width of let's say 200, height to 200, maybe we can make it 170. Now for this view we'll give a display as a flex, and then flex direction, or let's keep the flex direction as it is, just make align item in the center of the screen. Also we'll give a margin top to let's say 30, let's make it 80. Then after this we want to show the text, so we'll say a text. Inside that, you are not following any teams slash clubs, and then we want to show the button. Inside this button we have the text, we will say explore clubs / teams, and then we'll add on press event, and on press we'll say on explore button click, or maybe we can directly route this one. Okay, so right now I will just console this because our screen is not yet ready, so I will just console log, and for this text we'll change the size, so we'll say style font size of 22, we'll make text align in the center of the screen, and then we'll give color as a colors dot gray, and then save it, something like this. See, perfect. Now the next thing that we need to create a new table, and from that table obviously we're gonna fetch all the club list, and obviously you can also want to add a new club, you can add in that particular table. And once user click on explore table, simply from the club table we are going to fetch all the club list. Then once user click on any follow button on the clubs, right, means if user want to follow any of the club, then that particular record will go to this new table called club followers, and then on this particular home page, whatever the post which is related to that particular club, and obviously with the help of this particular table club follower and post, we are going to show all the posts. From the architecture it might look confusing, okay, or complicated, but trust me, it's quite easy. With the help of our Night PostgreSQL, we can make it quite easy. So simply, first thing, we'll create a new table. So simply we'll write a new query. So we'll say create table, and our table name is, let's say, clubs. Then we'll say values, sorry, not values, where we need to add which column you want to add, right? So here we'll say ID is a serial primary key. Then we want to add the name of the club, right, which is our type varchar, let's say 20. Then we want to add the club image, so club logo we can say, okay, so here we'll say club logo, we'll say 200. After that we'll say about of type varchar, again it's a 200. I think that's all we wanted, okay, because if you want to add anything we can just alter the table, and that's all we need to do. We can add one more field which is created on, and we can give a timestamp as a type, and obviously we put the default value as current timestamp, okay, and with the suggestion you will get everything immediately. Now once we run this, okay, let's execute this, and if you see the new column get created called clubs. Now I added some insert statement to add some dummy clubs, okay, so I will just run this so that we will have some information. So if you see, I added, we'll add one more, and you can add as many as you want, okay, perfect. And if I search the club, here we have the club list with the club logo, about, and the created on date along with the name and all, okay. Now in order to fetch all the clubs list, we need to have an API endpoint. So let's go back and we'll create a new API endpoint. So inside the API we'll add a new file called clubs plus api.tsx. Inside this we'll write export async function. This will be a get API request, so simply it's a get request, and the type is response, response type. Then let me open our application as well side by side. Now over here we need to get the request or I think we don't need anything over here. We can directly write a query. So first we'll say await client dot connect, then we'll also make sure to end this. Inside that we need to write a query, so we'll say constant result is equal to await client dot query, and the query is very straightforward. So simply we'll say select star from clubs. Okay, if you want to order it by, you can do that as well. I will keep as it is for now, or we say order by name and descending order, or let's say ascending order, and at the end we'll just return the result. So we'll say response dot json, and inside that we'll say result dot rows, and then save it. Now this is very straightforward a GET request that we created. Now on the click of this explore button, we need to make sure to go to the new screen. So inside this app we'll write explore clubs.tsx file. Okay, or you can write like this, explore clubs.tsx. Here we'll add a default template, or let's do one thing, let me delete this file because we want to keep it in the folder, because that's how we are following the folder structure. So here we'll say explore clubs, and inside that we'll say index.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and here we'll rename this explore clubs, and then save it. Now on the click of this button, we need to navigate to this particular page. So on the empty state component, let's add on press event, and I will just implement the router here is equal to use router, and then on the press of this button we'll navigate to that particular screen. So we'll say router dot push, and if you put the slash you will get the suggestion. See, now in this case we want explore club, so we'll just select the explore club and then save it. As we added the new route, I will just reload our application, and make sure your API or web server is also running so that you will not get any error. And I will go to this club section, I will click on explore club, and boom, if you see, we navigate to this explore club page. Perfect. Now on this particular page, let's remove the background. Okay, we can make this transparent. So for that you need to go to this underscore layout, make sure to add the stack screen, and here we'll say explore clubs slash index, and I will rename this to explore club. See, if you want to remove the background, you can also remove. So here we have header transparent, and then you can make it as a true. Oh, it's need to be a colon and then true, and save it, something like this. See, so it's up to you how you want to define. Okay, let's keep it like that. I think that's also good. Now let's go to this explore club, inside this index.tsx under the explore club. Here we need to write a method called constant get all clubs, and we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and inside that we'll say, obviously we need to add a process dot env dot and a host name. So I will just copy this host URL plus slash clubs. So just make sure the endpoint name, which is clubs. Okay, and that's all we need to do. Now make sure to mark this as async, and inside the console we'll just print the result. Now call this method inside the use effect whenever this component get load. Obviously we are passing this empty array. It means we want to execute only once. Now once you run this one, you will see its contain result.data. So we'll just print the data, and boom, if you see, we got all the club list. Perfect. Now let's save this in a state. So we'll simply say constant club list comma set club list is equal to use state, and over here we set the club list as result dot data. Now we'll define a type. So here we'll say type, we'll say type of, and or just type I think. Then we'll say club, and in that one we'll say id of type number, name is of type string, club image of type string, and about of type string, and created on of type string, and then we'll just say clubs over here. I think everything is good. I will remove this, and obviously on this particular page now we want to show the flat list. On that one we want to show all the club list. So simply we want to use a flat list. To this flat list we need to provide a data. So in this case is a club list. Then we'll say render item. Here we'll say item comma index, and then the arrow function. Inside that we can call we can actually call the component. Okay, so we'll create a component in the component folder under club, and we can call it as a club card.tsx. Add a default template, and then we'll simply import that club card like this. Okay, so for data we have an error. So here make sure it's a list. So I will add this array, empty array, so that's why, and then save it. And now right now if you see, we got the 3 text on the printing on the screen because we have the 3 club record into our database. So that's why it executed 3 times. Now give the item is of type club. Okay, and inside the club card we need to pass the club information, and obviously we need to pass the type. So I will just export this club so that we can use it. So I'm not sure whether it's allow or not, or let's copy this. It's supposed to work, sometimes not, but I will pass it here, and here we'll say, oh, so we have to make sure to pass it over here, and we'll say item only for now. So remove that curly braces, save it, and over here let's accept it. We'll say club with dot dot dot. Okay, because we will pass each item, and inside the club card we'll get it here. Here you can rename to club only, that's also fine. Now in order to print the club name, let's print club dot name and save it. You will see the list of or name of all the clubs. Perfect, right? Now next thing we want to show in the form of grid. So if you see this wireframe, okay, obviously later on at the end of the course I'm going to put all the exact screenshot of our application. Okay, but for now, for development purpose, I will keep this one as well. So this is the 2 columns grid. So we want to make sure the flat list has column 2, and then save it. Now as we change this, so we need to reload our application. Now it is showing the 2 columns, but obviously we need to pass some width and height. So for this view, we'll add a style. We'll give a width, let's say 50%, and let's see how it looks. See, something like this, right? Then for this width, we'll add some padding, let's say 10, and we're also gonna add a background color. We'll say colors dot white. Then we'll add some margin, let's say margin to 10, some gap, but it's going out of the screen, right? So here we'll just change this, let's say 45%, and I think that's much better. Next, obviously first thing we want to show an image with a source. Inside that we want to add URI and then club image. Here we need to provide the width and height for this image. So we'll provide a width, let's say 80 and height to 80. So somehow the image is not showing. I will just make sure in the response or in the database the field name. Okay, so it's a club logo and not the club image. So I will just update this to logo, and here as well make sure to update it to logo. Okay, here we have, okay, so in the club card now we'll change this to club logo, and now it's showing on the screen. Beautiful. Over here we'll add a border radius to 99 because we want to show it in the circular form. I think that's much better. Let's bring everything in the center of the screen. So we'll make display as a flex, then item to be in the, or align item to be in the center of the screen, and we'll increase this padding to, let's say 50. Also I'm going to add a border radius to 15. Perfect. Next we want to change the size of this name. So here we'll say style, we'll add a font size, let's say 20. Then font weight, we'll say a bold, and here I will just change this to, let's say 16. Maybe 18 is fine. Perfect, right? So that's how your club list is ready. Obviously we need to add a button. So for a button we'll say button. In that button we want to add a text and we'll say follow. Now on press, here we'll need on button, or on we'll say on follow button click, and this method I'm going to write over here, constant on follow button click, like this, and then save it. Now one more important thing that I wanted to inform you, that we added this width, right, 45 pixel, and to avoid this situation, because if you see the size, this one size might change, right? It's not an usual way that to define it. So simply you can make this flex as a 1 and save it, and it automatically give you the perfect size. And in this case if you see we don't have a fourth one, and that's why it's showing like this. Perfect, right? Now you can give a margin, little bit margin. So let's say margin horizontal, and let's say 20 is much more, I think let's say 10, and I think that's good, but I don't want this margin. Oh, so we need a margin actually, so let's make it horizontal 15, but here as well it's getting a gap, so that's why I don't want to give, and we'll keep like this only. Okay, now obviously once you add more option, you can add more what we call it as clubs. Okay, one more important thing we'll add, just before the logo we'll add a text to show the description. So here we'll say club dot about. Now it will show the about one. Okay, here we'll add a style, and we'll change the color to colors dot gray. Now in this case the line, some line are 3, some are 2, right? You can also restrict that one. So for the text it has a property called number of lines, and if I mention 2, you will see only maximum 2 lines are allowed. Okay, next we are giving option to add a new club as well. So we can add that option inside our explore club just before the flat list, and here I will mention a view. Inside the view we'll add a text, and inside that we'll say add we'll say create new team slash club. Okay, and then we'll add a button for that one. We'll say add new. Oh, sorry, we need to provide a text for that button. So here we'll say text add new club, and then we have on press event. We'll say on add club button click, and then this particular method we need to call once we have option to add a new club. Let's save this one, and this is how it looks. Obviously for this view I will add a style, will make display as a flex, then we'll give a flex direction as a row, and then we also want to add justify content space between. For this we'll add a padding to 5, or let's say 10, and we want this text in the center of screen, so we'll say align item in the center. Now for this text we'll add a style, we'll say a font size to 20, or let's say 17, and text, I don't know whether we want to give color or not, so let's add a color. We'll say colors dot gray, and you can even add some background. So here we'll say a border width to 1, then border style you can add, say let's say a dotted, or let's say dashed, and I think that's pretty good. Let's minimize the padding, and instead of this one we'll add a margin to 5. Perfect. You can even change the border radius to 15. I think this much looks better. Last important thing, here we'll just say plus add, just add, we'll say something like this, right? Now if you want to add a new club, you have option to add it from here, and if you want to follow the existing one, you can just follow it. Now once you click on the follow button, we need to save the user followed club information to our database, and for that one we need to maintain one more table where we can save all the users follow records. Okay, now obviously if there are 10 users and following 10 different clubs, right, then obviously we will keep everything in that particular table. So for that one we'll create a new table. Here we'll say create table, and then we'll add a table name. We'll say club followers, and in that one we need to add the column. So here we'll say id serial, which is a primary key, then we want to add the club id, again it is type in so here it's an integer, so we'll add integer. Then we want to add the user id, again it is type integer. Okay, so this information we added, I think that's all we needed. Once you add that one, just run this, and then it will create a new table. Okay, now in that one we need to add it. So obviously I'm going to create a new API endpoint so that we will save the information. So simply inside the app folder, inside the API, we'll create a new endpoint called club follower plus api.tsx. Add the okay, here we need to add export async function, and this will be a post request. So here we make request of type request. Now first we'll connect it. So here we'll say constant sorry await client dot connect, and make sure to end this as well. So here we'll say await client dot end. Now you can add try catch block as well. Okay, then here we'll say constant result is equal to await client dot query, and inside that we need to write a query to insert a record. So here we'll simply add insert into club followers, a club follower, let me see the name, so it's followers, and then we'll add a values. Now inside the value the id is a default one, so here we'll say default only. Then we want to add two more value, one is the post id and the one is the user id. So let's get that one. So here inside the constant we'll accept the club id and then the user id, and here we'll say is equal to await request dot json. Obviously we'll get this from the body of the post request. Now inside this first we'll add the club id, and yeah, make sure this club id only, and then we need to add the user id. Perfect. Now once it is successful, you can return the response. So here we'll in the return we'll say response dot json, and I will return the result as it is. Let's save this one. Now on the click of this button we need to make sure we'll make an API call to save this information. So inside our components where we have this club card, and we already have this method called on follow button click. Here we need to get the user information, so we'll say user is equal to use context, and we'll say auth context. Now inside the on follow we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash, here we'll say process dot env dot expo, sorry expo public. Let me copy this, sometimes I forgot the environment variable name, plus slash club followers. Okay, so this is our endpoint, so it's need to be a follower only. And then in the body we want to pass a user id. So for user id, which we can get it from the user.id, and then so quick thing, instead of passing id, okay, we'll make some small change, because if you remember inside the post we are adding the email as a created by, right? So inside the club follower as well, instead of passing id we'll update this to an email. So for that one let's run the alter command. So this is the alter command, and I will just paste it here. We'll run it. First let's change the type. Okay, I don't know why it's showing it's not supported on command 1, or simply we'll do one thing, we'll drop this table. So we'll say drop table club followers, and then in the history just go to this create table club followers, and here we'll change this to email with the varchar 20. Easy peasy. Let's run it, and now we have this new one, right? Now only thing that also need to update in the club follower API, here we'll say user email like this only, and update it here as well. Now instead of passing this, we'll pass user email, and then we also want to pass an club id. Now for the club id, right, which is the club id like this, make sure from the club we are already getting that id, so that's what that id we are going to pass. Here let's make this as async, and then simply I'm going to console the result. We say result dot data. Okay, and then save it. Now if you want to add the loading state, you can do that. So here we can say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, and once loading is completed we'll set the loading false, and initially we'll set the loading true. And for this follow button, we'll pass that loading state as well. Perfect, right? Let's save it and let's test this out. Now I will just open the terminal as well, and now if I click on this follow button, right, we will get this beautiful indicator and we'll get the return data as well, that the record is inserted. Now if I go to this club follower, you will see the ID 1 with the club ID and the user which added this. Cool, right? Now once user follow any particular club or team, we need to show an unfollow button over here, right? And to do that, first we need to fetch all the followers record by that particular user, and depends on that one, we'll check whether this particular team is already followed by that particular user or not. So inside the club follower, we need to write a new get request. So here we'll say export async function, and this is the get request. So we'll add a request of type request, and inside that we need to get the user ID. So let me get the syntax, and here we'll say user email. We'll accept as a user email only because we are saving as a user email only. Okay, so from the u email we'll get the user email, and then just copy everything as it is, but instead of insert we need to select it. So here we'll say select star from club followers, where user email. So let me see the column name, which is the u underscore email is equal to, and in the dollar sign we'll say u underscore email. Now it's a string, so I will just add this code. Perfect, right? And then once we get the result, we'll return the result dot rows and then save it. Now this particular endpoint we are going to call inside our, we can call inside our clubs.tsx file, or maybe inside, yeah, I think that's, let me go to this explore club, because in there we need to call it actually. So inside the index.tx, as you know that we already calling this get all club. Now over here we'll say get user followed clubs, and then we'll say async and then arrow function. Now inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get process dot env dot expo public host url plus slash user follower, sorry, club follower, and then we want to add the user email. We need to pass that user email, so we'll say u underscore email is equal to user email. So if you don't have the user email, make sure to get that. So here we'll say constant user is equal to use context and auth context, because we don't want to fetch all the users followers, right, just only for that user. Now here we'll say user dot email. Now this particular method we are going to call when we get the all the clubs. Okay, so maybe you can call it here, and then once we get the result, let console it first, and whether we'll see whether we are getting data or not. Okay, let's save this one and make sure inside the console you are getting a data. Also make sure you will open the connection. So here need to add client.connect and then save it, and let's see. So now I will come back and go to that, and now if you see inside that we got the result, but we just want the result dot data. So inside this index.tsx, we'll just get the result.data. And now let's save this in state. So here we'll say constant club follow, or followed club, you can say followed club comma set followed club is equal to use state. Okay, and you can mention the type. So right now it's easy, so I will put an any only, and then simply we'll set the followed club as a result dot data. Perfect. Let's save it. So we have an error, maybe we missed this curly braces, so that's why. Now once we have these followed clubs, right, every time when we are displaying this club card, right, we will call one method and it will check whether that particular club is followed by the user or not. Now let's add a method called constant is followed, and here it will accept the club id and then arrow function. So it will be the integer, or we can call it as a number here, and then is followed we need to call over here inside the club card. So here we'll say is followed is equal to, and then is followed method, here we're gonna pass item dot id. So instead of item we need to pass a club dot id. Okay, and this is followed we need to make sure we'll add as a boolean inside this type, and then save it. Now obviously is followed is not returning anything, and we need to make sure that this club id is inside this followed club list. So simply we'll say constant is, we'll say record, we'll call it as a record only, and then from the followed club we'll say dot find with the item, and here we'll say item dot club id is matches with the club id. Then obviously we will get to know whether it's this record has some data or not, and then depends on that one we'll say if record, then let's say true, otherwise we'll say false. Okay, so basically we are checking from this followed club list whether that particular club information is there or not, and then save it. Now let's go back to this club card where we have the is followed button, and then we're gonna change the text. So over here we'll say if is followed is true, then we'll give the text as unfollow, otherwise we'll show the text as a follow. So maybe this text we need to show and make sure it's from the club. So here we'll say club dot is followed, and then save it. And if you see now this particular club or team we followed, that's why it's showing the button as unfollow. Now obviously depends on the choice, we also want to change the color of this or border of this button, right? So you can also update that. Basically inside the button we need to add one property, and here we'll say outline as a new property, and initially I will make this as a false. Now make sure to add this outline as a boolean, and whenever the outline is true we want to add just a border. So and we don't want to add a background, so for a background we'll add the white background. So here we'll say if outline is true, then we'll add a colors dot white, otherwise we'll show a primary color, and then we'll add a border width, and if outline is true we'll add a border of let's say 1, otherwise we'll add as a 0. Okay, if I save this one and let's go back to previous screen and come, and we have an error over here, so it's saying cannot find property. So maybe because we need to add an optional field, something like this, and here we're gonna check and make sure inside the club card now we'll pass the outline which depends on the club dot followed button. Okay, and now if you see, it's showing the border. Obviously you need to change some property. So here we'll say if border color we're gonna change. So if it's outline, we need to change the border color. So if it's outline, we'll change this border color to primary, and otherwise we'll keep the primary only, otherwise that's fine. Otherwise we can just add the colors primary only, and the make sure to change the text color. So let me copy this condition, and if it's outline we'll add a primary, otherwise we'll add a white. See, and I think that's look good. Now obviously once we have this unfollow, right, if I click on this follow button, we have to make sure it will immediately update the record. So for that one, let's go to the club card. So here we have this club card, and as soon as we click on this follow button, right, we want to send an update, and it will say that you need to refresh the data. So simply inside this onFollow, we'll add a new method called, or let's add the type first. Here we'll say a refresh data, okay, and is of type void, as this is function, so we'll say void, and simply we'll say club dot refresh data. Okay, let's save this one, and inside the index.txt, inside the club card, we'll get that refresh data, and then we're gonna call get all clubs, right, and then save it. Also, if you want to maintain the loading state, you can also do that. I think that we are already passing, that's good. Now if I follow this second team, and if you see, if I click on this one, and boom, it's changed to now unfollow button without refreshing the screen, and that's how you can do it. It's very easy, just implement it step by step so that you can accomplish each task easily. Now to unfollow the particular team, you just need to delete the record from the database. So inside our club follower API, I will write a delete API. So here I will just copy everything as it is, just we need to write a delete. Okay, inside that you need to accept two important value. One is the user email, and other is the post or club ID. So here we'll add a club ID, make sure to accept it as a club ID, and make sure it's a delete method. Okay, then to update the query, you need to write delete from club followers, where club ID is equal to, and you need to add that ID. So we'll say club underscore ID, as this is just a number or integer, and u underscore email is equal to, in dollar sign you need to write u underscore email. Perfect, right? And that's all you need to do. Let's save this one. Now inside the club card, when you click on this follow unfollow button, depends on whether it's already followed or not, we can change it. So here we can add if condition, and from the club dot is followed, right, if it's true then we'll say unfollow. If it's false, it means user is not following, then we'll add else condition. Now inside the if, we'll simply add constant result is equal to, let me add a constant result is equal to await axios dot delete, and then we'll call our endpoint. And for this follower, right, you can pass the parameters. So first we'll pass add an email is equal to user dot email plus we also want to pass the club ID. So here we'll say plus club dot ID which you want to unfollow. That's all you need to do. And then at the last, if you want to get the result, you can, otherwise you can just keep as it is. And then at the last again we are refreshing it, right? So it automatically do the refreshing with the latest records. And now if I test it, if I say unfollow for example, and boom, if you say now it's unfollowed, again you have option to follow it, and depends on that one our database will also get updated immediately. Now guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and obviously you can ask question on my Discord channel. Now when we go to this Explore Club, it takes some time to load the data. So we need to show some kind of loading state. So over here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. And initially I will make this as a false. Now once user click on get all clubs, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Then inside the flat list we will add on refresh method. Now on refresh we'll call the get all clubs, and along with the on refresh, when you define the on refresh, you need to define the refreshing property as well, and here you can provide the loading state. Okay, and now if I go back and come over here, you will see this loading, right? Also if I scroll down and up, you will see the scrolling indicator, and immediately it will show the scrolling indicator. Now let's follow this couple of state, and if you see I am following these two records, okay, or sorry, two teams or clubs. Okay, now next we need to add a new post, and in that one we need to make sure when you go to this add new post, right, here in the drop down we need to show the followed club list only. That we are going to see next. Next we're gonna show the followed club list inside this drop down, so that when user want to add any post in the specific club, he can able to add it by just selecting this particular club. And obviously we will modify little bit this drop down, because this drop down initially we just hard coded. So let's go back to our API endpoint, and from where we are getting the club list, right? So this is the club follower, and right now we have this get API request where we are passing user email and we are getting the club followers. But along with that one, we need to get the club name and the ID. Okay, so for that one I'm going to use this particular query. If I go to this Nile PostgreSQL database, if you see in this query, I am just simply getting the club name, then the club ID, along with the club followers, everything from the club followers. Okay, and from the clubs, then I join that table with the club followers, and then on the club.id and on the club follower.club id, and make sure to pass the user's email as well, okay, in a where condition. Now once we run it, you will see the user's followed club name with the club id, and the user this is not matter, but with the club user's email and all. So we already have the club ID, so even though if you did not get this particular club ID, that's also fine. So let me remove this one, and if I run this, now I think we are good. Okay, perfect. Now let's copy everything, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so otherwise everything will be as it is. So just instead of this hard-coded email, I will pass the actual email and then save it. So obviously previously we used that inside the follow on to check whether follow and follow. It will not affect anything because all the value we are getting as it is, but only thing that we are also fetching is the name of the club. Okay, that we want to show it inside this drop down. Now let's go to this add post. So here we have this add post, and inside this write post component, we are going to fetch the followed list. So maybe we can create a new method, or we can just copy the existing method from our component. So if I go to let me go to this explore club, and inside that we have this get user followed club list. Okay, I will copy this as it is and then we'll paste it here. Now once we get this followed user, we are going to map our data similar to like this. Okay, and it's quite easy. So here we'll say constant data is equal to result dot data dot map, and here we'll say item of type any and the arrow function. Now inside that, first thing we want to show a label. It's nothing but the club name. So here we'll say item dot name, and then we want to show the value, and value is nothing but the club ID. Okay, now this fills in nothing but the result that we are getting. Okay, so this particular column name, if you see that column name, we need to pass. Now once we get the data, if you want to console, you can console this data, and we need to set that item with that existing item. So these are some existing item, we need to just set it. So we have to make sure we'll keep the previous data, right, using this spread operator. Along with, we need to add the new data using dot 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 data. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save, if I scroll down, drop down this one, you will see this record. Perfect, right? Now also make sure whenever you fetch, right, we will set the items empty. Or first let me remove this ABC club because this was hard coded initially, and now we have these three options. Perfect. Now if I want to add a post inside this AI dev team, if I select the image, let's add some image. And here we see one of the 7 wonders. Great Taj Mahal. Okay, and I don't know whether emoji is possible or not. I think it's there. So I will add that emoji as well, and then you can select on which teams or clubs you want to post this, and if I say post, it will get posted. Right now if you see, it's not showing inside this public one. Okay, because inside this college one, this is a public, and obviously we will not displaying here. But now once we post it, we want to show that followed one over here on this particular screen. So that's what we are going to see, how to fetch only the post which is followed by the user. Now if you see, if I go to the post, let me refresh the screen, and inside the club, now if I scroll down, you will see these 7 wonders, and the most important, the visible in, which is the one means that particular group. In that one only this particular post is visible. Now there is a one quick fix that we are going to do. Okay, so first thing, inside the post we have this visible in column. First I want to change the name of this column, so I want to drop this visible in column, and if I let me copy this and go to this post, and if you see, we have this public, right? Instead of saving it as a public, we'll save it as a 0, and for other club we have already have the number 1 2. So let's execute this 2 query. I will also make sure that it is available inside our this document. Okay, so you can just copy that and paste it inside your Nile Studio, and then run this. Now once you run, and if I go to this post, now you will see the new table. So here we have this club. Okay, now obviously right now it's empty, but now going forward, instead of putting in visible in, we just need to make sure we'll put it inside the club column. So for that one, you just need to update inside the API side. So go to the API, and here we have the post API where we are posting it, right? So I think This is good. Only thing is you need to put it in the last now. Okay, so I will remove from here and we put after this email, something like this. And you are passing this visible in, that's completely fine. You don't need to change, just here we'll say club now. Okay, and then save it. Last, when you write the post, instead of putting this value for public, you need to put it as a 0, and here we are already saving as a 1 2. So also I will make sure inside the right post, so go to the API for the post API. Here when we insert the record for the club, it will be, means this is visible in which we refer initially, right? It will be a number only. Okay, so that's the reason I kept like this. And wherever you want to change this visible into club, make sure to update that one. Now in order to display the followed post only, we have to run this query where it is saying select star from the post where club in the sense that the club ID is either 1 or 2, then fetch it, right? Now we need to make sure we'll pass all the followed teams or club ID in order to get the followed list. This is very important. So I will just copy this and then let's go back to our post API, and inside the post API we already have the get API which is fetching the post which is matching with the ID only, right? Now here instead of this one we'll say in, and then you can add the parenthesis if you want. We don't need this one, we'll just add it like this. Okay, and then save it. Now I will just make sure, right now if you see we are not fetching, we are not getting any data. That's interesting, but after refresh we got the data. Okay, so that's how you need to do. I will just make sure instead of this visible in, I will replace this name with a club like this, and then save it. If you want to make the change over here, now make sure to update that inside your index, the home screen, where we are passing as a, let me go back to this post list, I believe, oh sorry, the latest post, and inside that instead of visible in we'll pass it as a club only. Okay, and then we'll get the information as it is. Now same thing we are going to call, so here we'll say we'll copy this method get post and inside our club. So if I go to the club, not club over here, but inside the tab we have the club.tsx file. We call this method over here inside the clubs only now. Okay, now we need to define the loading state is equal to use state. Initially we'll make this as a false, and make sure to import the Axios as well, and instead of set post we'll set the followed clubs. Okay, and now over here as I told you, right, we need to pass the club IDs. Here you just need to pass the ID. Okay, so let's say 1, 2 in this case. Let's save it and let's call this get post inside the use effect. So we are just reusing this method. Okay, so we just copy paste and we want to check over here and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, oops, sorry, so if I go to the clubs now, right now obviously we are getting list, but we are not displaying yet. Right now I will just make sure to console this. So here we'll say console.log result.data, and inside the console if I open this you will see the list. Okay, now obviously in order to display it we already have the method, and if I go to this latest post you will see this particular method called post list. I will copy this and then simply I'm going to paste outside of this view. Make sure to import this post list, and instead of this post we'll say followed clubs, or not followed clubs, I think, yeah, that's fine, followed clubs, and then we'll call get post as it is. Let's save this one, and boom, if you see, now these are the two posts which is added into your teams or clubs, right? And these two posts will not available inside this public post. It is only available in the club because you are following. How cool, right? So that's how easily we just added and used the existing component in order to display this post, which is only exclusively available to you because you are following that particular teams or clubs. Okay. Next, we forgot to add the button over here where which you can search the club. So for this button, you can just add it. So over here, I will add a button, and here we'll say explore clubs. Oh, so this button is our button. So we need to pass a text to this one. We'll say explore clubs, and on press, we want to navigate to the new screen. So I will just define the router over here is equal to use router, and then we'll say router dot push slash explore clubs. Okay, and we want that in one line, so I will wrap this text and the button in a view, and we'll say style display as a flex direction as a row, and justify content space between align item in the center of the screen. Perfect, right? Now here you have option to explore the clubs, and then here is your actual post. Now we also have an option to add a club. So I already added a new screen, and on the click of add, here you will see the form, which is similar like the add post form, where you have option to upload the image, add the club name, and write about the club. Now let's upload something. So here let's upload this image. Then we'll write a name, we'll say cricket team. Then you can write a post, join the club to get updates, news, and many more, and simply click add. Once you add it, you will see this beautiful alert message saying the new club added, and once you say OK, you will see your newly added club over here. Obviously, you have option to follow this club, and then now you will get an update for whatever the post user post in that particular group. You will get that. How cool, right? So obviously, if you want to implement it, you can always refer to our add post, but if you want to access the source code, you will get the source code on tubegurji.com, or you can even click on the link in the description where you will jump onto this tubegurji.com, and you will get exclusive access to all the source code of all the projects. How cool, right? So just go here, join it for under $9, and then you'll get exclusive access to each of these project source code. Now it's time to display the events and add the event section where user have option to add an event, and user also have option to register the events. And obviously that event section we are going to add in our events tab. So let's go back to our application and let's start adding that. But before that, make sure that while adding a new screen, right, we need to make sure to gather all of this information like event name, the posted by means who created this event, then the date of the event, the location and address, if there is a link, then more detail for a link, the banner image, and the created on which or when this event is get created. So to do that, first we'll add the button over here, so that on the click of that we will navigate to the new screen. So go to the tabs folder. Inside that we have this event.tsx file. Over here I will add a view, and inside the view we'll add this text called event. Now we'll add a style, we'll add a font size, let's say 30, and then we'll add a font weight, let's say bold, and then save it. For this view, we'll add a style and then we'll give padding to 20. After this, we also want to add a button, and here make sure, okay, that's correct. Let's add a text for this button and we'll say plus, and then on press we want to navigate to the new screen. So here we'll define a router, okay, and then we'll say router dot push, and then we'll navigate to that particular screen. We'll update that in a moment, but let's save this one, and here you have the button. Let's bring in one line, so we'll do display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then we'll make align item in the center of the screen. So this is how it will look like. Let's make this justify content space between, so it will go on the right hand side. Okay, if you want to give some space over here, something like this, you can add it. Perfect. Now let's create a new route. So under the events, or we will create a new folder called events. Okay, so this is a new route, so basically we need to add inside the app folder, and we'll add a folder called add event. Inside that we'll add index.tsx file, and then let's add default templates. Here we'll rename this to add event and save. Now inside the event, on the button click, now we'll navigate to the event screen and save it. Now obviously you added a new route, so make sure to reload your application, and now inside the event, if I click on add, it will jump to that event screen. Okay, so maybe here this need to be add event page. Okay, so if I click, now it will go to this add event screen. Now on this screen, obviously we'll change the header. So let's go to this underscore layout.tsx file. I will just copy this tag screen, and here we'll say add event, and in that we have index file, and we'll simply say add new event. Oh, so basically we need to add this inside the stack only and save. And if you see that the header is now changed to add new event. Now inside this add new event, let's go to this index.tsx file. We'll write a text call, or we don't need to, but if you want you can add. Here we'll say add event. We'll give a style with a padding of 20. We'll also add a background color to colors.white, and we'll give height to 100%. Then for this text we'll add a style. We'll give a font size, let's say 25, and then we'll add a font weight to bold. Now first thing, we'll add an option to upload the banner image. Now this banner image you can get it from the our write post component. Right over here we already have this image with a placeholder, right? We'll obviously update it according to our requirements, but for now I will just copy this and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import the touchable opacity. Here we need to import the peak image, so I will just copy this method called peak image and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import the image picker as well. Over here we need to define the image, so we'll say constant image comma set image is equal to use state, and then we'll set the value. Here we'll define a type as a string. Then here as well we'll define the image, then the selected image. we need to add a style. So inside the right post we have this external styling which is applied, right? We just want this image, so I will copy this, and then inside the style sheet we'll just paste it. Make sure to import the style sheet as well, so you will not get that any error. Then make sure to import this image tag from the React Native and give the specific path. So over here we have assets folder, inside that we have images, and that we have image.png file. Okay, now let's save everything, and now you have this image. Obviously if I click on this one, you will see the image is getting picked perfect. Now after that we want to add an option to add an event name. Okay, so let's save this. We'll add a text input field which we already have that component. We'll reuse that one. Here we need to add a label. We'll say event name, then on change text. So when user enters some value, right, that text we need to save in a state. So here we'll say event name comma set event name is equal to use state. It is of type string and the arrow function, and simply here we'll set the event name value with a v. And if you see, now we have this event name as well. After this, if I go back, the posted by, obviously we will automatically get it with the help of user information, right? So here we'll say constant user is equal to use context, and in that we'll say auth context. After this, we want to add an option to add a location address, then the link, okay, and the event date. So I will just copy this. Here we'll say event, we'll just say location, and in important links, right? So detail link for details. I will say event details. Okay, now obviously the location link for detail we need to save in a state, so we'll define the state for that one. Here we'll say location, set location, and then one for the link. We'll just simply add the link. Okay, and then save it. And if you see, now 3 more fields get added. Now for the date time picker, we are going to use a library called date time picker from the Expo, and the documentation is on this link. First we'll install this one. So let's add this one, and meantime once you click on that documentation, you'll jump on this doc where it will guide you how to use it, right? So first we'll import this date time picker. So let's add it here, and then if I scroll down, you will see this use case. See, okay, so obviously if you want to get the date time, obviously if you are Android, you need to add the date and time differently. So we'll copy this, and then we'll add it here. Now here make sure to import this rn date time picker, and then save this one. Now we have an error, so that's where that. Now obviously here we need to provide the required field, which is the value with the default date. Here you can find an in the documentation which one is the required field or not, right? So once you have the new date, right, and if I save this one, if I go back and come back to this particular screen, you will see the pop-up and have option to select the date, right? But obviously we want this only when user select the input, right? So basically we want to show this date time picker only when user click on the text input or something like that. So basically I'm going to add a to button. Okay, so here we'll add a view. Inside that we'll add our button, and but for a button text, I'm going to provide a one text called select button. So here we'll say time comma set time is equal to use state, and then inside that we'll simply write select time. Okay, now we'll just provide that time over here. Okay, then in the on press event we'll write a method. We'll say set open timer. So here we'll say constant open time picker comma set open time picker is equal to use state. Now initially it will be false, and we're gonna call here, we'll say set open time picker, and then we'll put opposite of the open time picker. It means if it's false then it will be true, and if it's true it will be false. And then over here we'll add a condition. We'll say if it's open time picker then only it will show it. Okay, and then save it. Now if I select the time, you will see it opens, right? And obviously if I cancel it, right, it doesn't get that, and we need to make sure it will change this method. So here we'll say on, I don't know whether what is the method, but let's see what is the method for this one. So basically if you see inside the on change we need to add that event. So let me bring this down, and here we'll add on change method, and we're gonna simply call on time change method. Okay, and in that one if you see we have it passing the event and the selected time or date depends, right? So let's do that. And it also have time picker. Okay, so depends on what we are passing, it will get that value. So I will just use this event and selected date as it is, and we'll create a method constant on time change. Now this method will accept event and selected date. I will put a time is type any, and over here we'll set the time open time picker to false. Okay, and save it. So basically here we need to, let's just pass on time change like this. Okay, so you don't need to pass all the value. Now if I select the time and cancel it, if I select again, see it opens, right? Obviously you can now have option to select the timer, and boom. Now as soon as you select the timer, you have to make sure that you will update this particular text. So I will just console over here, sorry, so over here let me undo this one, and we'll console the selected date. So it's written as a selected date, that's weird, but we'll see. So if I select some date, we'll say okay, and inside the console we'll get the value, and if you see we have this value as well, 431. Perfect, right? So basically let's go over here, and then we'll set the time to selected date, and then save it. Now if I select this date, something like this, so okay, so we have an error. So it's saying object are not valid React child, so that's little weird. So over here we'll just convert this date. So we'll say moment dot format with a specific value. So we'll say hours, minute, and AM PM. So a, and then save it. Now if I select some value, and now if you see we have this particular date. For this button as well, I'm going to add the outline. So here we'll say outline true. and save it. Perfect, something like this. See, obviously again I'm going to add one more button similar like this one, and just before this I will add it, and in this case we'll add, because we want a timer, so basically we'll say we need to add like this again one more for a time or for a date, and then here we'll say open date picker, open date picker. Then on the click of this button, now we'll open the date picker. So here we'll say set open date picker, open date picker, and here as well we'll say open date picker. Now on change we'll write on date change method, on date change, and in that one we'll set the date. Okay, so obviously we don't have the state, so over here we'll say date set date, and here as well select date. I think that's all we need it for now. Perfect. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if you see we have the okay, that's where, because we have the date picker but it's updating both the value because we added the text as a time. So here we need to change to, let's say, date, and save it. Now if I select the date, see now obviously it's not showing because we need to format that date. So we need to format in the form of let's say date YYYY. I don't think so that is a correct format. We'll see some format from the moment library. So let's go to this moment.js.com, and in this one you will see some samples. Okay, so we'll simply add something like this mmdo or mmdoyy. Okay, so that is I think pretty good. So we'll just replace over here and then save it. If I select the date, somehow date is not getting selected correctly, or maybe it's not updating because see this on date change we did not update it. And now we have the dates, but it's opening every time, so maybe we need to set open date picker, we need to close this. That's the reason it was not closing. See now it's showing February 21st 2025 with the time. Okay, just I will just move this one at the top, one at the bottom, and otherwise that's fine. Now another important thing, this is just a button text that we are showing, right? But we need to save the actual value in another state, or here we can replace this with a button text, but let's create a new state. We'll say selected date comma set selected date, and then is equal to use state, and here we'll say string. Then we want constant selected time comma set selected time is equal to use state and is of type string. Now obviously you can again work on this little bit so that you will get exact value. Okay, I mean you can modify, so you can optimize this code as well. Again also here we forgot to update the location, set location, and then set event not event but link. Now whenever user select the value, we'll simply set the date. So here we need to set a time as a selected date, selected date only we are returning over here, so we will keep as it is, or I will just change this to time. I don't know time is there or not, so I will keep it like that only. And here we'll say selected date. Let's replace this with a time, okay, because it's little confusing. And here the date. Perfect. And then save it. Now let's select the time, select some dates. So if you see it's something is not correct, so it's not updating the value correctly. So over here it need to be a date, and here it need to be a time. Perfect. And now it's correct. And at the last we want to add a button. So here we'll add a button. We'll say text as submit, and on press event we'll say on submit button press. And this particular method I'm going to call, we'll write it here and then save it. Perfect. So this is how our form is now ready. Now next thing, on the click of submit, we need to save all of this information to our Nile PostgreSQL database. So here is our database, and here we need to create a new table called events with all the required columns, so that we can save all the entered value into that particular table. Now we need to save this information to our database, so first we need to create a table. So here inside this Nile Studio, we'll simply add or we'll write a query called create table, and we'll give the name called events. Then inside that we need to add ID with the serial primary key, then the event name, so we'll put it as a name only with a varchar of, let's say, 50. We can make a little bit higher. After that we want to add an option for the location link for a detail. So here we'll say location is of type varchar, and we'll add 200. Then the link, again it is a varchar, so 200. Then we also want to save the image URL or banner URL, we can say, along with the date, time. So here banner URL with the varchar 200, and then the event date, we'll say event date is of type varchar, and then event time, again it's a varchar. Okay, so once you save all of this information, don't forget to save the created by. So here we say created by, and that is a user's email which we are going to save, so make sure to add that as well. And the default timestamp when this event get created, right? So here we'll simply add created on with a here we need to add a current timestamp. It need to be just timestamp, and then we'll say in default current timestamp. Perfect. Okay, now once you added all the field, make sure to run this one, so it will create this particular table. And okay, so we have an error, so I think we forgot to give a comma, so don't forget that one. Okay, so we'll add it everywhere like this, and then run this one, and if you see, now new table get created called events. Now inside that we have all the required columns. Perfect. Now next thing, let's go back to our application. sorry, over here, and we'll create an API endpoint in order to save the records. So inside the API, we'll create a new API called events api.tsx file. So the slash event is our API endpoint. Inside here, we simply say export async function, and this is a post API with a request of type request. Then here you need to add await client dot connect and make sure to end the connection using await client dot end. After this, you need to call the query is equal to await client dot query, and inside this you need to add a insert statement. So simply we are going to write insert into we need to give the table name, which is the events values, and inside this we will add each value. Now first is ID, so we'll say a default, then the name of the event. Now obviously we need to get all the required parameters or required fields from the post body. So here we'll say event name, then banner URL, location, link, then we want event date, event time, and user email. So we'll say just email. Okay, is equal to use or sorry, await request dot JSON, because we are fetching from the body. Now once we have that one, obviously over here we'll say we need to save the event name. So we'll put it as an event name. I will copy this few times. Next we want to save the location, link, banner URL. So in the same format you have to save it. Okay, location, link, banner URL, and then the event date, event time, then event date, event time, then we also want to save the who created that. Okay, so I will just format this. Okay, so it's not aligned perfectly. So here we'll say event date, event time, and then user email who created that, and the last is the current timestamp, so it is a default one. And once your insert query is ready, here we'll simply return response dot JSON with result only. Okay, and then save it. Now once your query is ready, let's go back to this add event page. So inside the add event we have this index.tsx file, and we already have this submit button press. So over here we need to call a method. We'll call constant result is equal to await axios dot post method. Then here we'll need process, let me .env dot host expo public host URL, which is the environment variable name slash events, and then in the body we need to pass all the value. So event name will be the event name, then we have the banner URL. Now obviously once user upload the banner, then only we'll get the banner URL, right? So don't forget to add a logic to upload the this banner. Okay, so it's quite easy. First, as you know that with the help of Cloudinary we can use it. So use upload. In that upload you need to add Cloudinary reference, then the file which is the image which you want to upload, then the options as well, options we already have inside our Cloudinary config file, and then the callback. Okay, now inside the callback we have error and the response it will write, right? So inside the arrow function we'll get like this. Now over here we'll put inside this callback. Okay, but we have to make sure it will only execute if we have the response. And then here we'll make this as async, and in the barren URL now we'll say response.url. Okay, and save it. Now after that we want to save the location, so here will be the location. Then we have the link, so for the link we have the field called link again. Then time, right? So event date. So for the event date, if you see this is the event date, right? I think we forgot event time. This need to be a time, and here we'll say, let me see the field name, which is the selected date and time. So we'll say selected date, event time as selected time. Okay, now this is not the perfect method to save because we created multiple state, right? It always better to create a form, but as a beginner I will definitely suggest you go with this simple approach. Okay, it's up to you how you want to implement it. After the event email, the last thing we want, the user email. So if you don't have the user information, so make sure to add that and then you can use it. So here we'll say user dot email, and make sure all the fields are you are passing correctly. Okay, now once you pass with this one, we'll just console the result. We'll just to verify that it's inserted successfully, and after submitting, right, you can show a alert message using alert, right? And it's quite easy. Here we'll say great, and here we'll say new event added. Okay, and then you can add a button. Okay, so inside the square and then in curly braces you can add a button text. So here we'll say okay, and you can add on press event to that one. So inside the on press event where you want to go after clicking that OK button, right? So simply if you don't have router defined, make sure to define a router, because we want to navigate user to the home screen, to the event screen, right? So here we'll say now router dot, we can push add a replace method slash event. That's all, right? And then save it. So that's how you can do it. Now if you want to add more buttons, you can just add the more button with the text and some on press event as well. Now let's save it and let's test this out. Now let's select the image or banner. So click on this one, we get some suggestion. Let's add this, and here I forgot to inform, but I remove this aspect ratio field so that I can easily crop the image as per my requirements. Okay, and then you have option to add an event name. Here we'll say bit bay techno event. Then location will be we'll say campus ground. Then the link for the event, let's give some dummy link. So we'll say tubegurji.com. It's not dummy, you can visit this site. And then the event date. Okay, let's select that it is happening on 3rd of March, and the time will be, let's say, 11 o'clock. Okay, and if you see, all the details are ready. Now click submit, and once you click submit, you will see this beautiful alert message saying great, your new event added. Now obviously you can update the message, it's up to you, and then click OK. Once you click OK, obviously we are redirecting it to the event screen, but you can check by running the event. So just open this event tab, and boom, if we see, we have the name of the event, location, the link, the banner URL, along with the date, time, and everything. Cool, right? So that's how you can add the event to your database, right? Now one more thing that we need to make sure that whatever the field which you want to require or make it required, right, you can just add a condition here. So here we'll say if not event name or not a image, if image is not there or not location, because these are some mandatory field which we need it, right? Then the date should be there, right? So here we'll say if not or date or not time. Okay, so make sure if it's not there, we'll simply return nothing. And here as well you can show alert message saying please enter all details. Okay, even though you can just mention this message, that's also completely fine. And if I click submit, you will see this message. Perfect, right? So make sure to add this validation as well. Now to display it, first we want to fetch it all the events, and this is the how we want to display with a mockup. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this event API, I already added this get API, but obviously we need to add the query. So we are already adding this created by, right? And this is the query that I'm going to execute, which is select event username and all the column from the events table, and the username column from the users table, and I just rename that as a username, and then I join these two table. Once you join it on the created by an email column, and then I'm just ordering by ID by descending. Now once you run it, you will see the new column you will get populate, which is username. Okay, because we want to fetch the username. So I will make sure that this particular column, this particular query, let me delete this, and I will copy this particular query so that you can refer it from this doc. Okay, now next thing, let's go back to our application, and inside here I will just paste this query as it is. You don't need to add anything. Let's save this one. Now next thing, once you have this get API endpoint ready for the event, let's go back to our event page. So inside the tab we have this event.tsx file, right? Inside here we are going to fetch the all the events. So we'll say constant. I will just go back to the previous screen. Here we'll say get all events is equal to and the arrow function. In that we'll say constant result equal to await axios dot get, and then it will be process dot env dot expo public host url, okay, plus slash, and then the events. Make sure it's API is with the events with the S, and then that's all we need to do. Make sure to add a sync over here, and then we'll get the data. So we'll return the result dot data. Now call this method get all event inside the use effect like this, and then save it. Now if I go to our console, you will see the event. Right now we only have one event, so that we are getting just only one record. Beautiful. Next, once you have the events, make sure to save in one state. So here is a constant event list comma set event list is equal to use state, and then here we'll set the event list as a result dot data. Perfect. Next we need to display this event list, right? So here we'll display event list. Now for that one we need to implement the flat list. So let's add a flat list from the React Native. To this flat list, the first important property which we need to provide is the data, which data you want to render. So in this case the event list, then the render item. Inside that we have item comma index and the arrow function. Now here we can create a new component in order to, or event card to display the data. So inside the component folder we'll create a new folder called event, and inside the events we'll create a new file called event card.tsx, add a default template like this, and it will take an event property. So here we'll say event. Now you can define a type event and the arrow function. So here first thing is the id of type number, then we have the event name. So I think we are just giving name, so we'll say string. Then the banner URL is of type string, location again is of type string, then we have a link of type string, event date. So I will just make sure the column name, so it's a event underscore date and time. So event underscore date and event underscore time, then created by, and then we also have the username. Okay, so username is of type string. Now we are just passing this as a event. Perfect, right? So make sure to remove this curly braces and then save it. Now inside the event we'll add this event card, and to this event card we'll pass the item, okay, by spreading out this one. And then if you want to pass key as an index, you can pass that one as well, and then save it. Now if you go back, you will see just one text called event card because we only have the one record. Next, here we want to show the banner image. So first thing, we'll add an image tag with a source property. Here we'll add a URI with the event.banner URL. I think the banner URL text is with a small u, so make sure to update this with a small u. Then for this style, we'll add a height of, let's say 300, and let's save this one. We also, I think that's pretty good, but let's add a width or let's add a margin to this particular view. So here we'll add a, instead of margin we'll add a padding to 10. Perfect, something like this, right? Let's make this 100. Okay, let's make this 260, and here we'll say object fit content. Okay, so we'll just get the complete image. Then after that we'll add a border radius to this. So border radius to, let's say 15. Obviously it's not visible because we added this content, but that's fine for now. Next thing, we want to add a text field to display the name of the event. So here we'll say event dot name, and that's how it's showing. So here we'll say style, we'll say a font size of 22, I'll make it 20, and font weight to bold. Here if you want to give a background color as colors dot, let's say I don't know whether we have the black color, or you can directly add something like black. Perfect, something like this. See, for the event, here we'll add a margin top for the text. So here we'll say 7, and we can increase this size little bit, let's say 23. Then we want to add one text called event by and the username. So here we'll say event dot username. Okay, for this we'll add a style, and then we'll give a color as a colors dot gray. And if you want, you can change the font size little bit to, let's say 16, little bit bigger. Then we want to give the location and the date. Okay, so for the location, here I'm going to add a view, and inside the view we want to add an icon. So let's go to this any icon. Here I will search a location. Let's filter this out with the INI icon, and I will use this. Copy this component, paste it here, make sure to import this, and the color will be colors dot gray. See, something like this, right? So that's what we wanted. Here we can give more padding. Let's say padding to 20. Okay, I think that's much better now. And we'll add more styling later on for this particular card, but for now we'll display all the text. And for the location, we'll say event dot location. Now for this view, we'll add a style, and let's add external styling for this one. Here we'll say sub container, and we'll attach this to this particular view. Now for this sub container, we'll say a display as a flex, and then we'll give a flex direction as a row. So it will be in the one line. Also add align item in the center of the screen, and then give margin top to, let's say, 3. Let's give 5. Okay. Also we'll give gap to 5, so some space between this icon and this text. Now for this text, we'll add a style, and we'll say color as colors dot gray. Perfect. If you want to increase the size, you can. So for example, let's say you want a font size to, let's say, 18. So you can change that, or let's keep it 16 only. I think this is much better. Same thing, I'm gonna copy it and we'll paste it here for the date. So for a date, here we need to add a date, event date, and then along with that one, we also want to add event time. Okay, and here we'll say at that particular time. Now we'll update the icon. So here we'll say calendar. We have a lot of calendar icon, so we'll use this calendar outline because we just need to update this one, and then save it. Perfect, right? See. And the last, we want to add 2 buttons. So outside of this view, we'll add a view again. We will add a button component. Here we'll say a text called share, and then we have on press event. Let's save this one, and we'll add another button, and we can call it as register. Okay, now obviously this button we want in one line, so we'll add a view to this button, and the share button I want the outline, so here we'll make the outline as a true. Now for this view, we'll add a style, and here we'll make display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row. And let's give a width 100%, and this is where I don't know why it just a small. Now here you need to make it as a justify between. So now if you see, the button is on the both side, but it's not filling the complete space. So for that, you can add one property over here, and we'll say, let's say, style, we can say. And for this style, or let's say full width is equal to true. Okay, now this property we need to make sure you'll add it, so we'll just say full width, full, and save this one. Go to the button, and inside the button we'll add this property called full width is of type boolean, and it's completely optional field. Here we'll say full width, and initially it will be false. Okay, because in this case we need a width to be full, and here we make it flex If full width is true, then as a 1, otherwise null. I don't know whether null we want to give or not, but let's say this one. And now if you see, the button is showing like this. Now obviously you need to give some gap, so here we'll add a gap to 10. Okay, and then we have these 2 buttons ready. Perfect, right? Another thing, if you want to provide the icon for the button, that also you can provide. So again, you need to add a icon property to button, so our button can display the icon as well. Right now I will keep as it is. Next thing, for this view we'll add a background color as colors dot white. Okay, so this is how it will look like. Now we have this white background which looks beautiful, and then we'll give a margin bottom to, let's say, 3. Now whenever you add a next event, then it will display the next one. Okay, also for this particular flat list, we'll add on refresh method. On refresh it will get the all the event, and refreshing method, in that one you need to provide a loading state. So let's define the loading state. So here we'll say loading, set loading is equal to false, and when the user is means we are getting the events, we'll set the loading true. Once we get the events, we'll set the loading as a false, and then over here we'll pass that loading. Now this particular give you the effect to pull to refresh as well. See, okay. Now let's add another event and we'll see how it looks. So I will go to this one. We'll add this football event, and we'll copy this complete image. I don't know how it looks on the screen, but once we crop it, here we'll say college football selection, location football ground, link tubeguruji.com. We have to select the dates. Let's select the dates, right, and the time. Let's select 10 o'clock, and then click submit. Once you submit it, you will say the event get added, say okay, and boom, we have this beautiful event page, and then the banner is also looking awesome, right? So that's how, guys, you need to update this one. Now if you see, we have this beautiful border because we're already giving some margin right here. If you want, you can change that to 5, so some space, more space. Okay, now once user want to register for any of this event, right, user have option to click register, and then automatically it will ask you, do you want to really register? And if you confirm it, then we're gonna save the user information in a new table where the registration, all the user registration will be there in that particular table, right? And within a very quick, you don't need to fill any form. It's just a one-click registration system. So for that one, first we need a new table to save all the user registration. So here we'll say create table event registration. So here we'll say event registration. I will do like this. Okay, event registration, and the table or column name. So here ID of type serial, primary key, then the event ID. So here we'll say event ID of type number, and integer, and then the user ID or user email, we can say, of type varchar. Okay, and when it registers, so by default, so here we'll say register date, register on, we can say, and it is a timestamp default, and the default value will provide as a current timestamp. Beautiful, right? Now simply click run, and once you run this one, you will see a new table called event registration with all of these 4 value. Now next thing, we need an API. Once user click on register, we need to save that information, right? So basically, inside this API, we'll create a new API called register event, or we will say event register, event register. You can add the gap, something like this, okay, completely fine, plus api.tsx. Here for the event registration, it will be a post API call, so I will copy existing post request. Okay, I don't want to write everything from the scratch, and we'll paste it here. Now it will take three only two important thing, right? The event ID and user email. So that value we are getting as is the post request. Make sure to import the client, and here inside the insert query, so it will be, let's write the query over here and then we'll copy that. So we'll say, insert into event registration values. The first one is a default one, then we want to give the event ID, then the email, and then the default value for register on, so default value. So let's copy this particular query and simply we're gonna paste it here. Okay, now over here we'll pass the event ID, so this need to be a dollar event ID, and then over here we'll pass the user email. Okay, and then we have the default value as well. That's all we need to do. Let's save this one and let's implement the confirmation box. Now once user click on register, so let's go to the event card. Inside the event card, we are going to add a new method called constant register for event, and this particular method we're gonna connect it to our button called register. So here we have the register button. I will call this method. Once you are in that method, first we'll check the confirmation alert dot alert. Here we'll say, are you sure? Or we'll say register for event. Then here we'll say, do you want to register for the event? Do you want to register for event? And then we need to add a button. Now there are two buttons we're gonna add. First we'll say yes, okay, and then it has a on press event, and on the on press, so we're gonna add a different logic, okay, to, we can say show confirmation, and also save record. Okay, and another button we can say text call cancel, and on press will do nothing actually. Okay, so here we'll just say console.log cancel, but here we also have option called style. Now inside style you have option called cancel default destructive. Now cancel will just close the your dialog. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I click on register, you will see, do you want to register? If I say cancel, it will just cancel it. If you want to say yes, then this on press event will get executed. Now we'll just write a method outside of this one. So we'll say constant save event registration. Okay, and in this method we'll call an API. So here is a constant result is equal to await axios dot post request, and inside that we'll say process dot env dot expo public host URL plus slash our name of the API. Let me get that API. We'll say event registration. I will just rename this to copy it. And in this one we're gonna pass information. The first information we want the event ID. So the event ID will say event ID of event dot ID, okay, and then the user email. So here we'll say user email, and to get the user email, let's define a context. Here we'll say auth context. From that we'll get the user information, and in that we already have the user dot email. Perfect, right? Here we'll make this as async. If you want, you can console the log as a result. Now simply here we'll say if result is true, then we'll again show an alert message. With the alert we'll say great, okay, you successfully register for event, okay. So this message we send, and then OK button will automatically come. If you did not mention, that's completely fine, and then save it. Now this save event registration will call over here. Now it's showing the confirmation, and then it will save the record as well. Let's save this one, and then let's test this out. Now if you want to register for this event, we'll click register, and it will ask you, do you want to really register? Okay, you have option to say yes and cancel. We'll say yes, and boom, if you see, we got a message saying great, you successfully registered for our event, and then say OK. Okay, now once you successfully register in the event, you will see in the record that in the database, oh, so actually I deleted the record. Let me register again. So we'll register, say yes, we'll register, and then we'll open this particular table, and here you have this registration. Cool, right? Now another important thing that we want to implement is to show all the user registered events, right? So here we are going to add a tab similar like this home screen, right, where we have this latest and trending tab. The same way we are going to add the latest event and registered event, right, or my events, something like that, or registered event we can say, and then you can add that. So obviously the only thing that we need to do is to call a different query, and then just display it in the same way, and obviously we don't want to show button in that case. There is one problem with the registration. Currently, if I want to register with the existing register event which I already registered, right, it is allowing me to register. And in the database, you will see the two entry, right? So if I run this registration, you will see, okay, let me run this again. I think I need to refresh this screen. Okay, it's work anyway. So if I go to this event registration, you will see the registration, right, with this same event by same user, right? Now we need to restrict this so that user will not register again and again. So to do that, let's go back to our application, and inside our event register API. So if I go to this event register API, before registration we'll verify if user is already registered or not. So simply here we say constant is registered is equal to await client dot query, and inside that we'll simply say select star from event registration, where I think column name is, let me get the column name, which is event ID. Event ID is equal to dollar event ID, and user email also we need to get, right, because we need to compare both the value. User underscore email is equal to dollar, okay, let me add code first, dollar user email, okay. And now over here we'll check if is registered dot rows dot length, if is equal to 0 means user don't have, then only register for the event, okay. Here I will return the response and then save it. If I got the registration already, so you can return this. So I will just return is registered dot rows and then save it. And I think that's all you need to do. Okay, now let me obviously if you see we already have this two registration, but if I try to register again, if I try it again, here it will say yes, it will say, it will give you the confirm message, but it will not add the record to your database. Okay, because we are just restricting user to register again and again for a same event. Now, in order to add a share functionality, we have to install two main library. One is the Expo file system and another is Expo share. So Expo sharing, if I go over here, you will see Expo sharing. Now the Expo file system will help us to download this image locally temporarily in order to share it, because if you want to share the image from the URL, you need to download that image locally for a temporary in order to share it. Okay, so make sure to add this one. Now I already added the logic for that one. If you see we have this share image, then you need to add a document directory where you want to save that particular image temporarily, and then you need to have option called file system.download async that particular URL with the name. For that one we already giving this reference, and then we have a simple method called is available async the sharing. Okay, whether the sharing capability is available in that particular device or not. And obviously here we are passing some title mime type, and then if not, obviously we are showing alert message. Okay, and this particular method I attach to our share button. Now if I click share, you see the image, right? Let me share for this one, and if I click share, you will see that image that I'm going to share. Obviously in the emulator I don't have option to share it on a social media, but on your actual device you will see this option. Now let's add a two tab where we'll say upcoming event and registered event. So for that one, after this event only, we can add a view, and I will just copy the same logic. So if I go to this home where we have the latest post, in that one we have this pressable. Okay, I will just copy this as it is and we'll paste it here. Now obviously we need to define a selected tab option. So here we'll say selected tab comma set selected tab is equal to use state. Initially the tab index will be 0, and okay, we need to add a tab text. So from the latest post I will copy this style sheet and we'll paste it here. Okay, make sure to import the colors and the pressable. Okay, let's save it and let's see what we are getting. So if you see we have this latest and trending. So for this view we'll add a style, we'll display as a flex, and then we'll give flex direction as a row. Also we'll give gap to 10 and then save it. We'll also add a background. So here we'll add a background color to colors dot white, and then we'll add a padding horizontal, let's say 20. Perfect, right? And if you want you can add a padding top little bit, so padding top to 10. Okay, now you have option called trending and latest. Now obviously we need to change the name. So over here we'll say upcoming and registered, and then save it. Okay, so in upcoming we want to show this upcoming event, and inside the registration we want to show a registered event. For the top section, okay, we can add a background. Now make sure to call the two different method, get all event and get user event. depends on the which button user click it. Okay, now once you add that one, let's update some styling so that it will look good, and then go to our registered event. So event registration, here I'm going to implement the GET API, so I will just copy it from existing GET API. Let's copy this GET API from the post API and just paste it inside your event registration. Okay, so over here we need the I think we need a user ID. So here we'll say user, I will say just email only. Okay, because emails belong to only user. I will cut this comment as well, and here we'll say email. Right now, obviously we need to update this query, so we will update in a moment. Now we want the user with that email, and we want to fetch all the event, but along with that one we need to get all the event registration, sorry, all the events information. So simply we are going to say select event dot star. Okay, so we want all the events, and if you want, that's all we wanted actually. Okay, and along with that one you can get the user email who posted this event. So basically we already have that. So if I go to the select, right, we already have the this particular query, right, which is fetching the event, all the events. See, okay, but here in the last we need to add one more condition, or we need to connect with the event registration table. So we'll say inner joint event registration on events dot id is equal to event registration dot event id. Okay, and order by id descending, that's fine, or let me remove this one for now. And here we'll add a where clause, where event registration dot user email is equal to, let's say, demo@tubeguruji.com. Let's run this one and let's see whether we are getting data, and boom, if you see, I'm registered for these two events, and then I got the data along with all the details. Now copy this as it is, and here you can add a order by clause. So here we say order by event registration dot id descending. I think this is good. Let's copy this. I will also paste inside our documentation. Okay, so you can just use that one, and we'll paste it here. Obviously for this email we want to pass the user email, so we'll pass inside the $sign and email, and then save it. Now this particular GET request we need to call inside the event. So let's copy everything as it is. Only here we'll call GET API only. Okay, make sure it's a GET API, but we need to pass an email, and this need to be a event register API with an email is equal to user email, right? So we already have the so we need to get user dot email. We don't have user information, let's get it here. So here we'll say user is equal to use context, and we'll say auth context. Perfect, and that's all we needed. Okay, and once we get the information in the event, same event list, we are saving everything, because we are not adding any new screen. Okay, just on the click of register you will see the change. See, right now obviously if you see, we already booked for this same event, but right now if I go to the upcoming, we'll get the all upcoming, and in the register we'll get only register events. Okay, but here we don't want to show this share and register button once you are registered, right? Instead of that one we can show unregister button. So it's quite easy. For this event card we'll pass one more property called is registered. Okay, is register event, and that one is depends on the selected tab. If selected tab is equal to 1, then we'll send it. Okay, then we'll send it as a true, otherwise we'll send it as a false. Okay, means user on the registered page, and that means, yeah, all the register card we are showing. Don't be confused, very easy. Okay, now inside the event card here we'll say is, let me copy the same name, I don't want a spelling mistake, so here we'll say is registered as a boolean. That's all you need to do, right? Now whenever the is registered is true, we don't want to show the button, so here we'll say is register, sorry, event dot is register. If it's not true, then show this view. Otherwise I just want to show a button to unregister, and make sure to close this. Here we say text unregister, and on prints you can call a method to unregister this event and save it. And if you see, now we got the button to unregister. Here we'll put an outline to be true. Perfect, right? Now if I go to the upcoming, you will see this button with a register registered, we'll say unregistered button. Cool, right? So that's how you need to implement it. Now we are going to implement the profile tab. On this profile screen, we are going to simply add some basic information and some option. So let's go to the tabs folder, and inside that we have this profile.tsx file. Now first thing inside this profile, we need to get the user information. So we'll get this user is equal to use context, and inside that we'll use auth context. Now we'll give the profile with a style, and here we'll add a font size, let's say 30. Then we'll add a font family, font weight to bold, and for this particular view we'll add a style with a padding of, let's say, 20. Then at the center over here we're gonna show the profile image. So for that one we'll add an image tag, the source, and inside that we'll add URI, and then we'll go show the user image. Here we'll add a style with width and height. So we'll add a width of, let's say, 80. Alright, so here we need to be a style style is equal to, and then height to 80. Okay, let's make 120, little bit bigger, and let's make it in the center of the screen. So we'll add a view over here, and for this view we'll add a style. We'll make it display as a flex, and then align item in the center of the screen. Also we'll give some margin top to, let's say, 30, and save it. Now for this particular image we will give the border radius, because we want a circular, so we'll add a border radius to 99. After this we're gonna show a username inside the text. So we'll say user dot name. Here we'll give some style. We'll give margin top to, let's say, 7. Then font size to, let's say, 25, and font weight to bold. Then we want to display the user's email ID. So for that one we'll say user dot email. Okay, and here we have the email ID. Then add a style. Here we'll add a color to colors dot gray, and then we'll give margin top to, let's say, 7. Perfect, right? We can just increase the font little bit, let's say 18. Perfect. Now after this basic information we're gonna add some options. Now this option you can either you can mention it here. So here we'll say profile options, and we'll say name, we'll say add post. Okay, then for that one we need to provide the path. Now for the path, for add post, right, we have the add post as a route, and then we want to add an icon. Now this icon obviously you can get it from the Expo icon. I will just filter with the any icons because I want to keep one type of icon everywhere. and here we'll say something like add, or let's use this. Okay, so we'll use this, just use this icon circle outline. Okay, you don't need to put everything, and I'm going to tell you how easily we can reuse that. Okay, then we have add post. Here we'll say my events, then let's add a logout as well. Okay, so for the logout, the path I will mention as a just a logout, and icon will change this. So obviously we want icon for the event as well. I don't know what to keep for the event, but for sign out, here we have sign out or logout maybe. Yeah, something like this. We'll use it. And for event we'll use a calendar icon. Perfect. Okay, and then save it. Now we just need to display it, we need to iterate it actually. So for that one we can use a flat list. To this flat list, let's provide a data as a profile options, then render the item one by one. So here we'll say item index and the arrow function. Then let's add a view, and inside the view we want to add that icon. Now in this case, just copy this any icon component, right, and make sure obviously it's any icon, and here instead of name we already have the icon name, so we'll just replace that something like this. Okay, cool, make sure that's correct. And here we have an error, so let's make the type is any. Here just mention any outside of this one, and I think we are good. Now if I save this, you will see these three icons. Okay, and obviously we also want the icon name, so inside the text we'll say item dot name. Perfect, let's bring everything in one line. So I will give style. Here we'll make display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row, then we'll give gap of 8, and obviously we need to give padding to let's say 10, and some margin to let's say 6. Okay, also we'll add some elevation, let's say 7. Elevation is not applying anyway. We can add a border width to let's say 0.4. We'll make a border radius to 15, or let's make it 8 only, and we can give more padding, let's say 15. Now for this icon or and the text will change the size. So here we'll say font size of 20, and here as well I will make it as a 34, little bit bigger. Then let's give margin top, and we're gonna change the color. So here the icon color will be colors dot primary, and for this flat list we'll add a style. We'll give a margin top to let's say 25. Okay, perfect. I think we forgot to add align item center over here. Now I added just some of icon, right? I did not added all the icon, but sorry, all the options. So but you can add more option if you want. Okay, this is just for to showcase purpose, so how we can use it. Now here we can add a new method called on press option. Okay, now it will take the item information, okay, whatever the item information that you are going to pass, and I will just add that over here. So obviously we need to convert this into a touchable opacity so that you can add on press event. The for view we don't have on press event, so it doesn't make sense, so that we change this to touchable opacity, and over here we'll pass the item. Now we'll make sure to close this tag, and from the item, so simply here I'm going to add an option if item dot path is equal to a logout. So this need to be a logout only, if path is equal to logout, then we want to sign out from the current, what we call it as application. Otherwise we'll simply navigate to the other screen. So here we'll define a router in order to navigate it. So here we'll say router dot push, and then not push, but here already we have the item dot path. Okay, and for logout, obviously we want to sign out from the application. So from the Firebase you will find this sign out method. Just you have to add sign out and auth, okay, and nothing else. So basically you can simply copy paste over here. Make sure to import the sign out and auth as well. Okay, and over here, if you remember, we already have this user, right? Make sure to use the set user, because we want to use set user value as a null, and along with that we'll return nothing, but here we'll navigate it to the home screen. Okay, so router dot, let me add router dot replace to home screen. Okay, and then save it, or you can jump to the landing screen as well. So landing screen too. Okay, and save. Now obviously if I click on any of these add post or my events, it will jump on to that particular event. I think here we need to change to event tab only. And on logout, if I click logout, boom, it jumped to this landing screen. And again, obviously you can either create account or sign in, right? So let's sign in. So here we'll add demo, and then I will add my password as well, and then we'll sign in. And then again everything will be as it is with the user email, my events. Obviously I have the all my registered event as well, and all the other information. Now it's time to deploy our backend, so that instead of just using the local endpoint, right, for the our API, we are going to use an actual server URL. And let me show you how easily we can deploy it for free. Now Expo launched their own Expo hosting feature where you can deploy on their server for free. Okay, so if you go to this API routes documentation on a Expo and scroll down a little bit, they also mention how you can deploy it on a production. So on the right hand side, just click on this deployment section, and here you can deploy with a ES hosting. Now if you just scroll down, first thing that we need to do is to run this command, which will generate the build file for our web application. Okay, and in that you will find we have client side as well as server side folder. So I will just copy it, and inside the new terminal we'll execute this, which is npx expo export p and for a web application, and it will not take any time. Okay, it will run immediately, so we'll wait to finish. And once it finished, you will see that we have these static routes, okay, which is our tabs, home screen, and most important, we have our API routes as well, and in that we have API for all of the endpoint. Right now, once you export the web, right, you will see the exported in a dist folder. So inside your root directory you will see a new folder will get generated called dist, and inside this we have this client as well as we have the server endpoints. How cool, right? Now just want to deploy this, we have simple and easy command called es deploy. Now you have to make sure that you are connecting to the expo .dev. Make sure to create an account. Okay, just log in it with the username, password, and then you will jump on to their dashboard. Here you will find all your deployed or hosted projects, and it's completely free to use. Now here we'll just say es deploy. Now once you run this command, it will ask that do you want to create this es project with this particular name. We'll say yes, and then it will start creating project on their server, and this is our preview URL, campusguru.expo.app. Click enter, and now it's starting deploying our application. Now it's uploading the assets, then it upload all the files, and boom, if you see, now this is the deployment URL. Okay, this is just a preview URL. Now obviously once you want to push it into the production mode, I will tell you how to do it. But if I copy this command and run in a browser, and over here we'll run the API endpoint called user, and obviously we'll check by passing email is equal to and click enter. Here you will see that is returning the data, and this is completely on their server. Now simply go to the export dashboard. Here if I refresh the screen, you will see a new project called Campus Guru, which we just deployed. This is your preview URL, this is the deployment key, also the deployment ID, and once you jump on this one, you can see how many requests are there, how many caches, all the details. Over here, if you click on this one, you have option called promote to production, and just click on that one, and this is your final actual production URL, and say confirm. Now before pushing it to the production, you can even test it on your environment, and whatever application deployment you think is correct, then just push that to the production. How cool and how easy, right? Now I will just replace this with an actual production URL, and if I click enter, you will see the same result. Perfect, right? Now inside our application, go to the .env and simply replace this host URL with our actual production URL, and then save it, and that's all you need to do. Now just reload your application and we'll see. Now obviously once you reload, it's a completely new, so you just need to sign in again. Now one more important thing I want to tell you over here, that sometimes when you update this host URL, the env file not get loaded, or there is some issue with the expo and env environment variable. So sometimes you need to hard coded the value directly over here, or you can export at one place and use it inside your get API request or any Axios HTTP client API request. Okay. Now in this case, if you see our case is perfectly working fine. We are getting all the information. This is a profile information about that particular login user, and all the pages are rendering perfectly fine. So that is how you need to deploy your server APIs into the production mode, so that you can easily integrate with your application, and you don't need to worry about where to keep it. Do you need to pay for the server or anything? Nothing like that, right? Also, the Nile database is again a serverless. You don't need to worry about that one. You don't need to deploy on your own server. They are taking care of that, and again, it's completely free to use. Now, in order to generate the APK file or iOS IPA file, definitely visit to the tubegurji.com. On this, just go to this React Native tutorial which I already previously uploaded. In that one, you will find a chapter called Generate APK, or you can also go to the TubeGuruji YouTube channel, and here you will find this particular course to generate or to create the React Native application. In this course, you will find the chapter where you can learn how to generate the APK file. Okay, so just go ahead and you can watch any of my React Native course. You will find that generate APK file. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Just join the Discord channel to ask any question if you have any doubts. Also, I will create a dedicated video for our generating APK, as well as how to publish your application on Android and iOS Play Store and App Store respectively. Okay, so don't forget to subscribe and press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me. This is very important that you will subscribe to our channel, so that I can when I post a video, you will get to know and you can learn from it.